Bansal is currently an educator of mindfulness, meditation, emotional balance, healing, and essential life skill at Grow with Vivek, Rishikesh. He completed B.Tech in Electronics Engineering from Kavilkuru Institute of Technology and Science, Ramtech, postgraduate diploma in Telecommunication Engineering from Pune Institute of Advanced Technologies, Master in Yoga, Uttarakhand Sanskrit University, Haridwar. He also have various other training and certification to his name, being an ERYT 500 Yoga Alliance certified yoga instructor and masters in yoga, along with his life experience as a successful software engineer, as a monk for 20 years, as a mindfulness coach and freelance educator of program in a meditation, mindfulness, and emotional balance. He believed in transforming all the layers of one's personality, physical, emotional, intellectual, and spiritual. Thanks for accepting our invite. A warm welcome to FDP program. Over to you, sir. Thanks, sir.
Thank you very much. Welcome, everybody. Good morning. So, today we are going to discuss on the topic called emotional growth and meditation. So, this is a very practical, relevant kind of topic which you may like to apply in your life, and many of you may be already practicing many things, I believe, to grow yourself mentally, emotionally, and become more stable. So let's begin talk. I have a slide show prepared. I'll share it with you and then we will continue. So this is our topic, emotional growth and meditation. So just check with me whether slides are changing. Can you see the change in
Yes, sir.
slides?
Yes, sir.
Changing?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. So this particular topic is can be addressed from various angles actually, because emotional growth and meditation both have many ways to do it. So what I'm doing it today with you, I have taken certain approach. And just one more thing, there is ting 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 sound is coming again and again. Is there anything which is happening on the side? What is the problem? People are joining, maybe that's why. Ting ting. It's quite disturbing. Hmm. That is because of that. No problem. So when we talk about emotional growth, first we need to find out what is limiting us. That's how I'm going to begin this talk. And for that, I have these two examples written over this slide. First one is eagle egg among chickens, and second I have written elephant tied to a pole. So this is a very nice story, which is like I heard from someone in one of my workshops which I was attending, and it talks about the conditionings which we develop throughout our life and the kind of thought pattern, belief system, so many things. We start behaving in a way which we are not. So once what happened, once an eagle's egg, one of the egg fell among chickens, and then it was hatched by chickens, it started growing among chickens. So because it was growing among chickens, it started behaving like other chickens, other hens. And when it was behaving like other chickens, it means eagle was not flying high in the sky. So then one day, one person saw this odd thing happening in the forest. There are many chickens, but there is one eagle among them, and she's behaving like other chickens. So he wanted to help the eagle. He took the eagle in his hand and wanted to encourage her, threw her into the sky so that she can fly high in the sky. But she came down. She didn't go up high in the sky because she never tried that. She never thought she could do it because of the surroundings, because of the people around her. Now, this man was really compassionate and a person who can encourage people. So he took eagle to the cliff of the mountain, and now he started showing eagle the sky, and so many other eagles were flying in the sky and threw her into the sky. Now, eagle was inspired by seeing other eagles, and at the same time, she had no choice than to just take out her wings to the limits, because now, if she doesn't do that, she will fall to the ground and die. So, if you see in this very beautiful story, this is the story of our life, also, most of us, that we have developed so many kinds of opinion about ourselves. We started believing in ourselves in a very limited way until the point we meet somebody who can find the real potential in us and inspire us, motivate us, and support us. And also, many times we need a situation where we are forced to push to our limits so that we can bring best out of us. So, what is limiting us basically? Our own thought process, our own belief system, which we have developed since our childhood. Hmm. And the second story which I have written here is Elephant Tied to a Pole, is also a similar kind of story. It's not a story, it's actually a reality. When elephant is very small, just born baby, so then he is being tied to a pole with a rope, with a certain length of the rope, strength of the rope, size of the rope. And as elephant is growing, most of the time it is seen that size of the rope and the length of the rope and the strength of the rope remains same, but still elephant considers or feels that I cannot break this rope, because at one particular point of my life I could not break this rope, so I cannot break this rope now also. So part of the discussion is that, my dear friends, you need to really find out and accept that what is limiting you, what exactly holding you back. So here, some behaviors, belief systems, emotions, or thought patterns which hold you back and prevent you from doing what you want to do. This is what limiting us. So we become our own enemy if we don't try to find out different kinds of negative uh, things which we are holding on to. And what do we do when we limit ourselves? We blame others when things go wrong. We choose to walk away when things don't go smoothly. We do procrastination. Why we blame others when things go wrong? Because we don't have that courage to accept responsibility. We don't have that strength to face the reality. So it's easy to find somebody to blame. It's easy that because of this situation I could not do that, because of this person I could not do that. And if nothing, nobody is there to blame, we start blaming God. But in this mindset we never grow in life, because when we blame others we don't grow. We only get the satisfaction that I'm not wrong. But when we take the responsibility, here is an opportunity to find out what I can do now, what better I can do now. And when we do limit ourselves, we don't have that enough strength to face the reversals, to face the odd situations. And if anything goes wrong in our job, in our relationship, in our life, we try to find some easy way out instead of pushing ourselves to reach to the best. And when we lack confidence, when we limit ourselves, we also procrastination. What is procrastination? Means postponing the things. Okay, I'll do it after 10 days. Oh, maybe I'll do it after 1 year. Life just goes on and on. Nothing much is achieved. Whatever is happening is okay. Because you feel not so confident that you can do something new. You can create something wonderful. Life just goes on. It's called procrastination. You don't have that enough strength to push yourself. And then picking fights with friends or partners. Why? Because when we limit ourselves, we don't feel connected to our own feelings. And when you don't feel connected to your own feelings, how can you feel connected to others' feelings? And when there is no connection at feeling level, excuse me, when there is no connection at the feeling level, there is high possibility to pick fights with friends or partners, because relationship is all about accepting feelings and appreciating each other and supporting each other. And when we limit ourselves, most of the time we don't even know what we need in our life. We have trouble stating our needs. We feel, how can I demand something? How can I ask something? Because there is so much lack of confidence that you start putting yourself down in front of others. You start feeling, I'm not good enough. I'm not beautiful, I'm not handsome, I'm not good speaker, I'm not successful, I'm not intelligent. So many ways you start hurting yourself internally. And this is called emotional violence to oneself. Self emotional violence. That person keep on thinking negative about oneself. And when person keep on thinking negative about oneself, that's one of the most dangerous and destructive thing person can do to oneself. And most of these things we have developed from the patterns which we have learned in our childhood. We all have born and brought up in different kind of surroundings and scenarios. And based on those surroundings and scenarios, we start thinking in a particular way, we start behaving in a particular way, we start reacting in a particular way. Like if somebody is born in a very rich family where money is given all the importance, then there is a possibility that person may start thinking that if I want to be happy in this life, it's not possible without money. Money is important, I don't deny that. It's very important because it's a medium of exchange to live in this world. But this extreme kind of thought process that money is everything may be developed as a pattern in a person who is born and brought up in a family where money was given all the importance. Or somebody is born in a family where authority figure has been very powerful. Everything was controlled minutely, and because of that control minutely, what happened? Person thinks that if I want to be happy in this world, I have to have a lot of control in my hands. I have to have a lot of power and authority in my disposal. Or another thing can happen is person will start developing hatred towards people who are too authoritative. So, like that, there are so many patterns which we develop in our childhood. Hmm. Or there are past relationship dynamics. You are into a relationship with a man or woman, or relationship of father or daughter, father or son, brother or sister. So many different kinds of relationships we have. And many times it happens that in a relationship, person start losing one's own identity. How? Because on the name of pleasing another person, you may start losing your own identity. Just to make another person happy, you start suppressing your own needs. You start suppressing your own desires. And because of this extreme exploitative relationship, you may develop certain patterns in life which may be destructive for your emotional growth. Another thing which can happen is like fear of failure. We each one of us, again I'm telling you this point, born and brought up in certain scenario, and some of us may not get so much support when we fail in exam, in life, career, in our childhood, in our teenage, in our young age. And when people are not supported, when they face failure in life, they develop fear of failure. And once you develop fear of failure, again it pulls you back. It doesn't allow you to go ahead in life because you are too scared to take risk. You're too scared to make some mistakes. And without taking some risk, without making some mistakes, how can you go ahead in life? So, this fear of failure is another thing which pulls you back, which limits you, and because of which our thought process, our belief system, and our behavior depends on. And all of this put together leads to lack of emotional strength. And when you have lack of emotional strength, it is very difficult to continue in life. It is very difficult to achieve success in life. It is very difficult to be happy in life. It is very difficult to enjoy life. And it is very difficult to even spiritually grow in life. So, this is called emotional intelligence in modern language. Like we have IQ, we have uh, PQ, we have SQ, we have EQ. IQ, most of you know, intelligent quotient, because of which people consider that how intelligent that person is. If somebody has very high IQ, then you think that this person is too intelligent. So academics, maybe that may be true that if somebody has high IQ, but in day-to-day life, if somebody doesn't have high EQ, which we call emotional quotient or emotional intelligence, then it's very difficult to function in life at various fronts. Then we have PQ, physical quotient, that how much person is aware and is strong physically. And then we have SQ, spiritual quotient, that how much person is elevated spiritually, has ability to face reversals and honor and dishonor, so many things. So let's discuss our relevant topic for today's talk out of these four intelligence, and which is emotional intelligence. So emotional intelligence is the way you perceive, you understand, you express, and you manage your own emotions. And it's important because the more you understand these aspects of yourself, the better your mental health and social behavior will be. So here if you see in this slide, there is a picture here, pictorial. In the center, emotional intelligence, and around it There is self-awareness, motivation, empathy, social skills, and self-regulation. So when we are emotionally strong, we have high level of emotional intelligence, we are also motivated. We have empathy for others. We can understand others' feelings. We can have better social skills. We can relate to with people. We can spend time with people, make them feel happy, make them feel good about themselves. And when you are emotionally strong, you also have more discipline and self-regulation. When we are emotionally intelligent, we can manage our day in much more disciplined way because we don't get affected so easily by situations and surroundings and people. And then we have high level of self-awareness because to know one's own emotions, one's own feelings, and ability to express them to others, understand others' emotions, it's a very important skill or very important part of personality to be successful in life. Somebody may be a good engineer and very good, let's say, programmer, you know, does coding in a wonderful way. But unless the person has emotional intelligence, person will not be able to function in the team. And unless we learn to function in the team, we cannot achieve much in life. On your own, how much can you achieve? Not much. So people who lack emotional intelligence are more likely to just react without giving themselves the time to weigh up the pros and cons of the situation. So these are the kind of people whom we are talking about who lack emotional intelligence. Means they just react. Their emotions overpower them. They have difficulty in managing their emotions. So first thing, my dear friends, what you need to do, since this is a practical kind of topic, so observe what sets you off in life. Each one of us has certain trigger points, certain words, certain behavior which puts us down. So start noting down, start observing yourself what sets you off, means what makes you disturbed emotionally. What situations makes you angry, what situations makes you guilty, frustrated, disappointed, upset. So please start observing what situation, what behavior, what kind of particular triggering words which just sets you off. Because unless you understand from where my weak areas are, which are the things which are blocking me, pulling me back, how will you work on it? Another thing which you need to understand, there is a connection among body, mind, intelligence, and soul. And how these four things interact among themselves, that is also very important to understand. And for that, I'm going to share this picture with you. It's a beautiful picture having 5 horses and a driver who is very thin and skinny, and a passenger sitting behind on a chariot. Now, here, if you see, horses are very powerful, very, very powerful horses, but the driver is very weak. And because horses are very powerful, they are pulling the chariot in all the 5 directions. And because driver is weak, he is unable to control the horses, and the result of that is that the chariot is going out of the balance. And the main essence of the whole talk, passenger is in pain, passenger is in trouble, passenger is suffering. So same way, the chariot is compared to our body, And this body has five senses, which are compared to five horses. And our five senses are very powerful. Our eyes are pulling us in one direction. Our nose is pulling us in another direction. Our tongue is pulling us in another direction. Our skin, our ears, they are pulling us in another direction. And if intelligence is weak, which is compared to the driver, intelligence is the faculty of a personality which is responsible to discriminate what is right and what is not right. But if your intelligence is weak, especially your spiritual intelligence is weak, your maturity level is very low, then you will be unable to discriminate what is right and what is not right. And senses will pull you in all the directions, and we'll end up becoming the slave of our senses. So just imagine you have been just being pulled by so many senses of yours, so many objects, and you just keep running after so many things, and life become imbalance. So flow chart of losing control, which is I'm going to show you. It's very important to understand how we fall into the trap of our own desires. The first thing in this flow chart is, let me just, by contemplating the objects of the senses positively or negatively, one develops attachment for them. Just 1 minute to drink some water. So everything begins at the thinking stage. You're walking on the street and you see on a big billboard an ad of a new motorbike, new electric vehicle, or something like that. And this thought goes into your brain, this particular image goes into your brain, and then you start thinking about it, and then you start developing attachment for it. And this attachment leads to obsession. And this obsession means you just want to have that particular thing which you saw on the billboard, which you saw on your TV ad, which you saw in the social media ad, and you just obsessed to have it. There is so much willingness to have it. And when you don't have it, this unsatisfied lust, it results in anger. And when you are angry, you are in delusion. And this delusion leads to the bewilderment of memory and loss of intelligence. And then one falls down into gross material existence. One falls down into the gross material existence. Means person just loses one's own uh, focus in life. And this all begins, my dear friends, by having some wrong kind of thoughts into your brain. So we have to be extremely careful that what we are thinking, what kind of thoughts we are entertaining, what kind of things we are watching, what kind of things we are seeing, what kind of things we are touching and smelling and tasting. Because all these things will go into our mind, into our uh, internal personality, and will start disturbing us from within. And before I go further, uh, where we are going to talk about nature of mind, we need to understand that all these emotions and desires and everything are situated in the mind. And that's where the need for meditation also comes into picture, and also intellectually understanding that what is the role of my mind. So what is the nature of the mind? Mind is like a monkey. You know that? Mind is like a monkey. Monkey keep jumping from one branch to another branch, one tree to another tree, one place to another place. Similarly, our mind keep jumping from one thought to another thought, one idea to another idea if mind is not controlled. One emotions to another emotion, one insecurity to another insecurity. And mind is also like a child, very, very adamant. Once mind decides something that I want it, mind is so adamant to have it. Mind is so adamant to have it. And sometimes when mind is like behave like a child, then you have to behave like you have to learn to ignore the mind. And mind is a very powerful energy, very powerful energy. Just imagine if something is very powerful you have, so now it has the potential to either help you to grow or it has the potential to pull you down. So since mind is very powerful, we have to be extremely careful so that we don't allow the mind to become our worst enemy. It's our responsibility to train the mind in a way which ultimately brings positive emotions out of us, which helps us to remain motivated internally. So we have all the tools with us to be motivated internally if we just know how to train the mind. Because if we don't train the mind in the right direction, same mind will pull us down. And another nature of the mind is mind has the ability to absorb. Mind has the ability to absorb. Like a sponge. A sponge, if you put a sponge into the red color water, it will absorb red color. If you put a sponge into blue color water, it will absorb blue color. Similarly, mind, wherever you will put mind, wherever things you are exposing your mind to, mind will start absorbing those vibrations. Mind will start absorbing those vibrations. So we need to be very careful what kind of things we are hearing, what kind of things we are reading, what kind of people we are meeting, what kind of thoughts we are entertaining. And if we don't do that, sooner or later, mind will start gathering things which will be working against us inside us. And another thing about mind is like a bird having two wings. And these two wings take our mind to either in the past or into the future. Most of the time, many people either they are lamenting about past or they are worrying about future. They are so much sad sometimes thinking about something which happened few years back, which they cannot change now, which cannot then do anything about it. Or somebody had told them something. Oh, my sister told me like this to me a few years back. How dare she could do like this to me? There is no point thinking about it. Or too much thinking about future. What if this happens? What if that happens? We don't know what is going to happen because, frankly speaking, not much in our hand. We can only plan, we can only try for it, we can only work hard for it. But there are so many things which we are not in our hands. Who knew this pandemic will come? Who knew this lockdown and all these restrictions and who knows what? We never heard the word called lockdown, I believe. None of us have heard this kind of words before. But now we all face that particular situation. So that way, mind just unnecessarily take you in the past or into the future and doesn't allow you to remain in the present. It will recollect all the past events and rearrange them into better drama and make your life more miserable. So, what I'm trying to say, my dear friends, that we have to learn the art to bring the mind into the present if you want to be emotionally strong. And that's where meditation comes into picture. That's where awareness come into picture. That's where some kind of introspection comes into picture. And if we don't do that, then we'll be wasting so much of our mental energy into useless things. Now, generally, I take my questions in the end, but sometimes I also request my participants, because since it's a practical topic, that maybe after half an hour, 45 minutes, that if somebody has anything to share what we are discussing, or somebody has something very pressing to ask till now, whatever we have discussed. So I take a break for like 30 seconds, and if you can think of asking something or sharing something, you can do that either by unmuting yourself and asking here, or you can even write in the chat box if you like. So till now, whatever little bit discussion we have done about the nature of mind, and what kind of things limit us, and what is blocking us, withholding us,
Sir, like how to control the anger, sir?
how to control the anger. Yes.
Means in like
Why?
in like unwanted place, like we get anger, like how to control our emotions and like be calm in that situation.
One example of your anger, where generally this anger comes.
No, sir, it's like some places where it's not necessary to get anger, but like we get irritated by the surrounding things, and like suddenly we get anger so much, and like we speak few words, and like it may cause our future. So that like how to control the emotions, sir.
Hmm, we're coming to that. Emotions are connected to our thoughts. This is what we are going to discuss in our presentation also. So generally what happens, anger also at different level, or emotions are also different level. Emotions have direct connection with our thoughts. And when our needs are not fulfilled in life, let's say, why we get angry? If we expect something from somebody, or we expect something from that particular situation, or we expect something from ourselves, then we get angry, we get disturbed, we get frustrated. Like I showed you the chart again, if you remember just some time back, flow chart of losing control. Flow chart of losing control. I'll show you again that chart, and that chart will make us understand actually why we lose control in our life. And to lose control means losing control of our emotions also. You see here, uh, by contemplating the objects of the senses, one develops attachment for them. So everything starts at the thinking stage. Like say you are thinking that particular friend of mine, or my wife, or my partner will do things like this or that way, or I have told her to do this way, she will do like that. Or I want something from some particular person, and you develop feeling for it, and then you develop obsession for it, and when it is not done the way you were expecting, you suddenly lose control. You suddenly lose your emotions. So everything begins at the thinking stage, that expecting things from others, expecting things from yourself, expecting things from situation. So one of the way to handle your anger, if you're getting repeatedly angry, you have to also observe what kind of situations makes you angry. That's where I was asking you. And because there is no like pill, or there's so many books we read, there's so many statements we hear, but still people are not able to control their emotions. Because first step, my dear friends, you need to find out what triggers you in life. Because unless you observe that what is bothering you, what is triggering you, how will you work on it? So what kind of behavior triggers you? What kind of words triggers you? Like for me personally, if you ask me, what makes me angry? One of the things which makes me angry is if somebody promises me something and doesn't do that particular thing, and on top of that doesn't even inform me. So one thing is like you don't do it, it's fine. But another thing, you don't even feel bothered to inform me that you could not do it. So this kind of dishonesty, this kind of diplomatic behavior, or this kind of irresponsible behavior irritates me, actually, make me angry. So that what I'm supposed to do in this situation? I mean, I have to clarify from that person again and again that please, if you can't do it, please inform me in advance. And if I know already that this person is not going to tell me in advance, I need to take the responsibility and follow him up and ask him whether you have done it or not. So we need to somewhere reduce the expectations, either reduce the expectations or follow up to meet with the expectations, or find out somebody to get that work done from that particular person. And also there are many things which I'm going to discuss in future slides, where you will understand there are many things in life you have to just accept. So certain things you cannot change. It's not possible. It's not possible certain things to change. So try to change certain things which you can, because ultimately anger is connected to your own needs. Anger is a very natural response to not being fulfilled your own needs. So first of all, you need to first find out what bothers me, what affects me. Then if you feel certain situations makes you angry, you be ready, prepare yourself. You can even do role play. Role play means like, that this is the kind of situation where I get upset or I lose the emotional control of myself. So then you prepare yourself the next time if this kind of situation comes, then I will really do something about it. What I will do, you already have practiced it. So it helps, role play helps. But most of the time, these practical topics will be helpful only when you first find out what is bothering you or what bothers you. And we will discuss more about it in future slides, but thank you for asking this. And there are two kinds of anger control. One kind of anger control is like SOS. SOS, like immediately you just walk away from that situation, drink some cold water, distract your mind to something else, release your anger on a pillow and beat it, and close yourself into a room or shout, just release it out. This is like a SOS, immediate control, immediate control. But the long term anger can be controlled only when you don't become too attached to particular kind of behavior, particular kind of situation. You learn to let go things, you learn to accept things, because many things in life are not going to happen the way we have planned, the way we want people to behave with us. We have to just learn to laugh at situations. We have to learn to laugh at people that's how they are. Okay, Abhishek, who was he?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thank
I
you,
have
sir.
something else to ask.
No, sir. Thank you.
There is something, you will get some more things in my presentation. Wait for some time. Does routine life keeps us aloft from the trouble? What is this? 1 minute. Does routine life keeps us aloft from the turbulence presented by the uninvited opportunities? Hmm. Does routine life? Who is this person? Can you please ask on the audio your question? Does routine life keeps us aloft, afloat from the turbulence presented by environment opportunities? Yeah, he is asking that routine life keeps us afloat from the turbulence presented by the uninvited opportunities. Yes, uninvited opportunities bolo or threat bolo. I don't know what you meant here. You're on one hand you're saying turbulence, another hand you're saying opportunities. So you have to clarify. Then only I can answer this. It's contradictory. How to practice meditation, sir, and how to stop comparing ourselves with others. Beautiful. I think now I should move on to that discussion because many of you are asking already the questions which I have in my slide. So let's see my next slide. This is what I wanted to check whether you're with me. So, I was talking about nature of mind, that mind is like a bird with two wings, and mind is constantly rearranging the events into a better drama, conversing with itself, replaying past events, rearranging them into better drama, and planning for the future. And if you are not careful, then mind develops three cancers. Three cancers, can you believe? What is cancer? Cancer is unnatural growth of particular cells in our body. Similarly, I call the three cancers of mind unnatural way of thinking, unnatural way of thinking, unnatural way of behaving. And these three cancers I call comparing, complaining, and criticizing. If we are not careful in observing how we think and how we behave, then what will happen? We'll compare too much with others. We'll be complaining for every situation. We'll be criticizing people. There are people who will be just criticizing others and taking pleasure in it. And I don't know what pleasure they get by criticizing others. I guess they feel better about themselves because by putting others down, they feel like they are better than others. But actually, they cannot become better than others unless they work hard to become better than others. But instead of working hard to become better than others, they take pleasure in sitting with others and talking negative about others. And there are some people who are so negative in their life, they are complaining about each and everything. Weather is bad, my partner is bad, my job is bad, my boss is not good, this is not good, that is not good. Complaining about everything the moment they open their mouth. It's just horrible. It's such a negative energy. And there are some people who are always in so much insecurity by seeing others' success, by seeing others going ahead, by seeing others achieving so many things. They feel I am good for nothing and they are better than me. And this kind of mindset, this is like one of the most important slide, which I'm sharing with you in my presentation. If you just work on these three C's, comparing, complaining, and criticizing, you can grow emotionally like anything, my dear friends. Coming out the comparison mindset, also one of the question asked in the question, appreciating what you already have. Appreciate what you already have. Because we all are gifted with so many wonderful things, but we don't pay attention to what we are gifted. We all are different. If the fish in water thinks that my life is useless because I cannot climb the tree, it means fish is stupid. Similarly, if I have some particular strength and if I don't focus on it and keep on thinking about what others have, I will be nowhere. Rose flower, rose plant. Rose plant is crying, I have thorns all over my body. But actually, she is forgetting that I have this rose flower which is so fragrant that many other plants are dying to have such flower. So this is how you come out of the comparison mindset, by being in the mindset of a student that I am learning, I am where I am right now, I am going to get better, but I am not going to destroy my life. I am not going to feel insecure what others have. I am going to focus what I have achieved in last 5 years, last 1 year, last 1 month, and I am going to become more and more successful eventually. So you come out of the comparison mindset when you compare with yourself instead of comparing with others. And we don't compare with others, we take inspiration from others. We feel joy that I have this opportunity to meet this person who is more qualified than me and I can learn something from him. Or I can take inspiration from him. So if you must compare, you should compare with yourself. and accept what you can't change. An orange cannot compare itself to apple or to papaya. Orange has to accept that I am orange. Similarly, whatever things you have been gifted, accept that. Accept that if you are 5 feet 2 inch, you can't be 6 feet 8 inch, something like that. So that's how you come out of the comparison mindset, my dear friends. And then how you come out of the complaining mindset? Learn to look at everything with more amazement. Instead of just complaining about each and everything, why can't we remind yourself that even simple things are amazing? And the things I complain about, take a step back and look at your life with gratitude every now and then. Take a step back and see what were you 10 years back, what were you 5 years back, what were you 1 year back. What are you compared to? We should not compare, but we can always compare uh, the better version of ourselves with the worst version of ourselves. And be grateful that you have been gifted with so many things. And every day when you rise, when you get up and you see the rising sun in the sky, then be grateful to it. There's so many wonderful things which we have, which so many people don't have. Why can't we be grateful to it? And then how you come out from the criticizing mindset? Be in the honeybee mindset. Honeybee means looking for honey, even in the pile of garbage. Honeybee will find some flower to take some honey out of it. And a fly, even in the garden full of flowers, will be looking for some pus in the corner to suck some pus out of it. So be in the honeybee mindset. Learn to focus on good side on others. And one thing very important which I forgot to tell you when I was talking about mind is a very neutral guy. As I told you, mind has absorbing power. So whatever kind of training you will give to the mind will become like that. If you train the mind to see good side in others, mind will see good side in you also. Understand? If you find good in others, mind will be finding good in yourself also. Otherwise, what people do? People fall into the trap of self-criticism. And this trap of self-criticism cannot make person emotionally strong. Person can be emotionally strong when person is appreciating oneself, focusing on good on oneself and focusing on good on others. And if somehow you fall into the trap or in a situation here that you're stuck in a discussion where people are talking negative and dirt about others, just try to shift the discussion to the appreciation or excuse yourself and go away from that place. So watch your thoughts. If you want to bring a change in your life, watch your thoughts, my dear friends. And if your thoughts are not useful, if your thoughts you feel are destructive, then you throw them. If thoughts are wonderful, appreciate them, nurture them, entertain them, think about it more. Manage your self-talk. When you get up early in the morning, you can be talking to yourself either saying, this is going to be a wonderful day, or saying, this is going to be a crappy day. Depends on you. And the kind of thoughts we have, that kind of energy we create around us, that kind of energy we attract around us, that kind of people we attract around us. And another thing which you need to do is this particular concept which I'm going to share with you, learning to live in the circle of influence. There are two circles which are shown here, circle of influence and circle of concern. So circle of concern is things that bother you, but you can't do anything about. Things that bother you, but you can't do anything about. Which are those things? There's so many things. There are so many things we are concerned about country, about politics, about world, about globe, about nature, about other people in the family, society. And there are things you can do something about. Like say if I'm sitting here in Rishikesh, Uttarakhand, and I'm so concerned what is going to happen in NIT Manipur in one particular department, does it make any sense? Do I have any control over there? Do I have any influence over there? Can I bring any change by sitting there? No. The only thing I can do where I have some control. And that is called circle of influence. And when you function in your circle of influence, like you are HOD of one particular department in the college, and you're doing your best in your department, then your circle of influence will expand. Your influence will expand throughout the department. Your influence will expand throughout the college, and even other colleges will start appreciating what you're doing in your college. And then even other people from other colleges may start calling you and start taking your advice. But if you just remain in the circle of concern that, oh, that particular college, that particular department is not doing good, the students are not good, this is not good, that is not good, that will not help anybody. So please try to find out when your thoughts are coming throughout the day, whether they are falling in the circle of influence or they are falling in the circle of concern. And if they are falling in circle of concern, please try to shift them out of your thought process, because you can talk to your mind and say, this is not of my concern. Why should I worry about it? Let me focus on something which is more relevant and which is more important for me right now. And another thing which I want to share with you is instinct versus choice. You want to control your response. Somebody was asking about anger and emotions. My dear friends, first you need to realize that between every action and response, we have free will, we have freedom to choose. And this free will, this freedom to choose our behavior, need to be reprogrammed. Like we have neural networks in artificial intelligence and they need to be trained. Similarly, in our brain, we have neural networks actually, which need to be trained in a different way. The coding of our software, which we have done since our childhood, and the kind of pattern and belief system we have developed, we have to rewire it. There is something called reactive behavior and there is something called responsible behavior. So most of us have reactive behavior. If somebody try to behave in a certain way and we just react, we know. And it can be predicted that this person can behave in this particular way and that person can behave in that particular way. Can predict the behavior because they are so reactive. But what is responsible behavior? That my response doesn't depend on what is your action. My response is my response. Once Gautam Buddha was giving a talk, and one person came and started giving nasty, abusive words, that is shouting and yelling at him. But just quiet, listening to him peacefully. And when person got tired, he went to Gautam Buddha and asked, my dear sir, master, what is it? You just don't react. I called you with so many bad names, you just don't react. He said, you are giving me something which doesn't belong to me. I refuse to take it. And if I refuse to take your bad words, it belongs to whom? It belongs to you, because it's your property. You are giving to me, but I don't take it. It belongs to you. I don't care what you say about me. So I'm not saying you don't you allow other people to insult you and you don't say anything. You don't take any action. You become a dustbin. But I'm saying, but many times we don't have to react, because people will keep talking. Like many times people are in the office And in the office environment, some people just talk about you. Now, if you keep getting worried that people are talking bad about me, people are ridiculing me, people are making fun of me, there's no point in feeling sad about it. Just don't care, just ignore. Just ignore. Like this one mantra, which is very powerful mantra. It is called Om Ignoraye Namaha. Just ignore people, just ignore what they are thinking, just ignore what they are behaving. And if there is a need for you to respond, then you respond with proper thinking and proper way. So choose your behavior. This requires practice. It requires awareness. There is no like shortcut. If you ask me, give me one technique. No, you have to become aware about your response, about your reaction. Then you have to work on it. Then you have to think that what should be my choice. And you start making those choices repeatedly, again and again and again, then your mental muscles will develop. Like when you go to gym, you don't develop muscle in a day. It takes years to develop your muscles in the biceps, in the triceps, in the trap, in the back, on the thighs, wherever. And the core takes years. Constant endeavor. You know how to hit the muscle gradually. Again and again, you have to hit on the same muscle. Same way, you have to practice the same kind of behavior. First, you have to be aware of that behavior. You have to start taking responsibility of it. So control your destiny or someone else will control. Accept responsibility. I am responsible for who I am, for what I have, for what I do. Stop first blaming others that because of this person I became angry. Nobody has power to make you angry if you don't want to get angry. Remember this line. Nobody has power to hurt you emotionally if you don't want to get hurt emotionally. We give power to others. We give the remote control of our life in other people's hands. That please make me sad because I'm telling you to make me sad. You will say, what are you talking about? No, it's true. If you have decided that no matter what Vivek calls me, I'm not going to get affected because I don't care what he says, then I can't hurt you. But we give power to our own friends and relatives that I'm so attached to you that the moment you say something bad to me, I feel affected. So, what are the steps of changing uh, your behavior? Unconsciously competence is the first step. First, most of us are unconsciously incompetent. We don't even know what's wrong with us. We don't have any skills about it. We don't even want to try about it. And then gradually we become consciously incompetent. At least we are conscious. Oh, we want to bring a change in it now. And then we start trying and we start succeeding. And then we become very pro, expert. Simple example, if somebody wants to learn to drive, I don't know the car driving, and if I want to learn car driving, then first I'm at the stage of stage one, that I'm unconscious, I'm incompetent. I don't even feel the need of it, and I don't know about car driving. 40 years I'm at the stage one. But then I realized, no, I'm living now in city and I need a car. I'm on my own. It's more safe, it's more personal. So now I join a driving school. And when I join a car driving school, I become consciously incompetent. Consciously incompetent means I'm conscious about steering, I'm conscious about gear, I'm conscious about accelerator, brake, clutch. And then gradually I'm learning it, I'm reaching to the third stage when I become consciously competent after 21 days of learning driving. Now I can drive, but I'm very alert, I'm very conscious. And if I practice it, I've continued to drive for a few months, then I become unconsciously competent, my dear friend. Any behavior you can change if you keep trying little. But first thing you have to identify that particular behavior which you want to change. First thing you have to identify a particular mindset, a particular thought pattern or belief system, which is bothering you. So now I want to share something about meditation with you because meditation helps. First of all, it helps you to slow down your mind. Most of the time, we are not able to be aware of our own behavior, our own thought process, our own belief system because we're just running around. There is no time to sit and think what is happening with me. There is no time to bring our thoughts into the present. I gave you the example of mind is like a bird having two wings, and this bird is taking you either into the past or into the future and doesn't allow you to remain in the present. So we have to first learn to be in the present. And before I go further, there is a 5 minutes to 7 minutes kind of very simple meditation practice we will do now. Right now, we will do wherever you are, whichever place you are, doesn't matter. Just you have to sit with your back straight and don't allow any talk, anybody to come near you. Tell them, keep your phone on your silent mode. I mean, you hear my voice, I'm sorry. But just wherever you are, you get into the mindset that next 7 to 8 minutes, I will practice to be in the present. And I'll help you. And this is called mindful breathing exercise technique, mindful breathing meditation, which helps you to bring into the present immediately. And when we learn to bring ourselves into the present, then we save so much of our energy. And we can also observe that where my mind takes me. So let's begin this practice. Wherever you are, please sit with your back straight. Roll your shoulders clockwise and anti-clockwise. Just relax them. Move your neck forward, backward, left, right, right, left, very slowly, very gradually. And now keep your hands on your knees so that it will help you to make your back more straight. Now close your eyes. Please close your eyes. Your back is straight, your shoulders are relaxed, your neck is not stiff, but your neck is not hanging left or right, front or back. And close your eyes. Your hands are on your knees. Now connect with your breath. What does it mean? Become aware of your breath. Just observe the movement of your breath. Just observe the movement of your breath. How your breath is going in and coming out. Total awareness of your breath. Total awareness of your breath. Now take deep inhalation, inhale very deeply, and then exhale slowly. Inhale deeply and exhale slowly. Now relax your forehead, relax your cheeks, relax your lips, jaw, and tongue. Make your breath rhythmic. If you're breathing in 4 seconds, you're exhaling also in 4 seconds. If you're inhaling in 3 seconds, you're also exhaling in 3 seconds. If you're inhaling in 3 seconds, you're also exhaling in 3 seconds. Your mind will go into the past or future. Don't worry about it. You're only aware of the movement of your breath. You're only aware of the movement of your breath. Now, while exhaling, exhale any kind of anxiety or worry or suppressed emotion you are carrying. Just exhale it out. Exhale. Complete awareness of your breath. Bring your awareness to the inner walls of your nostrils and make your breath more deeper and subtler. Make your breath more deeper and subtler. Bring your awareness to the inner walls of your nostrils. Make your breath more deeper and subtler. Whenever mind is going here and there, just bring it to the breath. Breath is most natural thing which is happening in the present. So just keep observing your breath and you will find yourself into the present. Now slowly become aware of your surroundings. Slowly roll your shoulders, slowly move your neck. Bring your palms together and rub them nicely. Create some heat out of your palm by rubbing them. Cover your eyes with your palms. Feel the warmth on your eyes from your palms. Open your eyes inside the palms and take your palms down. Now this was the one of the most simple kind of meditation. There are hundreds of ways to do meditation. There can be meditation through mantra. You can chant different mantras and focus on that sound. There is chakra meditation. You can focus on different energy centers on your body, which are called chakra meditation. There is meditation on candle gazing, you know. Candle gazing is called Tratak. Tratak is focusing on one particular object constantly. And in Tratak, we take help of a particular object like flame of the candle and we focus on it. So there are so many ways of meditation, but if you want to increase your concentration, then this Tratak meditation will be very helpful. And this Tratak meditation you can learn. It takes some time to teach, which will be difficult to discuss in this class. But you can refer to my one of the videos there on my channel on YouTube, where in 15 minutes or 20 minutes, very nicely, each and every step in detail with all the techniques has been explained. So you can practice Tratak if you want to increase concentration in your life. If you want to bring balance and peace, and then just do this mindfulness breathing meditation, which will immediately make you feel relaxed. So how did you feel after this 5 to 7 minutes very simple mindful breathing exercise? Are there any experiences here you would like to share, or any difficulty you faced while doing it, or you have any question while doing it? Okay, no worries. People are silent. So, my dear friends, uh, meditation, there is a constant observation of mind. This is called meditation. So, throughout the day, we are doing meditation. Only thing we are just meditating not on the right objects. We are meditating on the very negative objects, frustrating objects. So, it's an experience and cannot be described. Like colors cannot be described to a blind person. But once you start meditating, you will find a major change in your personality, in your life. It is a state of consciousness in which all mental waves are stilled. It involves setting aside a regular time and place for the specific purpose of discovering that infinite well of wisdom lies within. So when you start committing yourself every day, sitting for like 10 minutes, 15 minutes, taking out time for yourself, going within, observing the mental waves which are going ups and downs, and then you will realize that gradually those mental waves start becoming still. Just imagine the waves of the ocean becomes like a lake, and then you can see yourself, your own personality, because our mind is like a mirror. Our mind is like a mirror, and If mirror is covered with the dust, then you can't see your face clearly into it. But when you clean the dust from the mirror, you can experience, you can feel yourself, you can experience yourself. So this is what we are looking for. Our emotions are bothering us, our past conditionings are bothering us, because we have collected so much dust of lust, pride, anger, envy, greed, illusion. And through meditation, we can clean all of it. Like here, what is yoga? Atha Yoganushasanam. This is the first sutra by Patanjali Yoga Sutra. And Patanjali says, if you want to practice yoga, it begins with the discipline. Some kind of commitment, some kind of regulation in life you have to bring, my dear friends. And if you don't learn to bring some kind of discipline, you cannot achieve anything in life. Whatever you want to achieve, we have to do at least something. So at least 20 minutes, 10 minutes. Every day just sit and observe your breath, or chant a mantra, or do a candle flame gazing exercise. Not that difficult. Because Anushasanam is the word, key word. Shasan means to rule, Shasan means to administer. And for that, we need to have some determination. And as human being, we have that determination. We have ability to say no to temptations. The mind is want to do something, but I say, no, I want to do this, not this. What is good for me from long-term point of view? I decide right now. Humans here have the ability to say no to senses and sense objects. If you keep some food on the street, and if an animal comes there and he's hungry, he will eat it. But a human being, unless he's really very desperate to it, he will not eat it, because he doesn't know whether it's hygienic or not, whether somebody has put poison into or not. Human being can control their urges. Human can control their senses much better than other species on the planet. And that's why we are the best species for spiritual growth. We are best species to control our emotions, to control our life. But we have not realized it. We have not started training ourselves in that direction. What it means to be determined? It means to be determined like a river. You come to Rishikesh, you see how river is coming from the mountains and it's just going ahead, rushing towards the ocean. Whatever comes on the way, she doesn't care. She is just going ahead, moving ahead. That's river. That's the determination of the river. And same kind of determination we should have in our life. And what happens when you do meditation, actually, when you do yoga, yogasya chitta vritti nirodha. This is the goal of yoga. Chitta means mind and intelligence and ego combined. And vritti means impressions. And what happens when you do meditation and yoga? You remove, you clean all those impressions which you have been carrying for so many years and lifetimes at your mind. You just want, just so determined to clean it. Just taking like a bath with the fresh water. So with the help of yoga and meditation, my dear friends, you remove all those vrittis, all those things which cause disturbance in your life, and then you can experience that peace and bliss. So there are various definitions of yoga are given in different traditions, and Patanjali gives here his formal definition, and that is called yoga is the stilling of thoughts. There are too many kind of thoughts which bothers us. We hear something, we read something, we watch something, and just keep troubling us. Bhagavad Gita says yoga is defined as samatvam, evenness of mind, also as skill in action. When we learn the art to perform our activities in a way, when we give our best when we are doing something, but we are not attached to the results. that becomes a beautiful situation. This is the skill of action which we develop gradually. And yoga is also defined as samatvam, evenness of mind, not able to, not, not being affected by dualities of this world, success or failure, heat and cold. We just learn the art to remain the same in both situations. And yoga is also believed to be when senses are firmly under control. So all these things are possible through the practice. Different kinds of meditation techniques, which I cannot describe all of them here. I help I assisted you to practice this simple, most basic mindful breathing. More meditation techniques, you can do it later on. But first, commit yourself to change the different grooves, different impressions which you have created. Like a phonograph record contains different grooves. Similarly, we have created different grooves in our mind. And purpose of meditation is to create positive channels in the mind and to eradicate that those are destructive. It is not sufficient to eliminate the negative. Simultaneously, we must strive to develop love, compassion, sense of service, cheerfulness, kindness, and many other qualities which may not only make one's own life happy, but which radiate to others. So, on one hand, my dear friends, you have to be careful not to take something negative inside you. Be careful what you're watching, what you're reading, what kind of people you're meeting. On the other hand, you have to take out some time to sit and clean your internal environment by different kind of meditation techniques. And the third thing is strive to develop these beautiful qualities of love and compassion and kindness to others. Practice them time to time, and you see the miracle. And it's not what happens to you makes you upset, it's your point of view which makes you upset. So you have to start working on your point of views also. And you can do that first by learn to be authentic. Learn to be authentic means start to be vulnerable. Hmm. Vulnerable means you don't hide your things. If you're feeling nervous, you accept you're nervous. If you're feeling upset, accept I'm nervous. You don't deny your own feelings. And if you can talk about your feelings, it is much better. Authenticity is the key. Hmm. If you have that power, you can transform yourself. You can transform yourself. Being authentic means being gentle, being kind to yourself, giving yourself a chance. Many times we do some mistake and we keep hurting ourselves, we keep cursing ourselves. No, accept. Don't beat yourself more than necessary. If you can share your heart with somebody, it will be best. If you don't find somebody, then at least share with a diary, with your notebook. Learn to express your feelings, my dear friends. Unless you will learn to express your feelings, you cannot come out of the emotional trap. Emotionally strong means first accept yourself and then understand that emotions are based on thoughts. If you have happy thoughts, you will feel happy. If you have angry thoughts, you will feel angry. If you have fearful thoughts, you will feel afraid. So, best of all, if you change your thoughts, you can change your feelings. So, please learn to monitor, adjust your thinking. Monitor yourself, become your own monitor. And if you have difficulty in becoming your own monitor, there is another technique. Every day, please do some writing, at least once in a day in the night. Or maybe you can take a break after 6 hours and write 5 minutes. All the thoughts, all the kind of ideas which you were carrying for last 6 hours, and see how your mind is behaving. And once you understand your mind is again and again going to the negative direction, then you can stubbornly refuse to be miserable about anything. You can tell to the mind, my dear friend, I am not going to listen to you. And for this, many mindfulness techniques are there. And a lot of videos on this particular issue you will find again on my channel. Please refer to it later on whenever you have time. So how to shift your mind from these useless, nasty thoughts to the positive ones, like how to come out of the feeling of guilt, how to deal with the negative emotions. Just refuse not to listen to them. And then practice shifting negative thoughts into positive thoughts. We can, but before that, these are the some negative emotions, because many times we don't even have the enough vocabulary for negative emotions. Do we feel really that we have that knowledge that when I'm frustrated or sad or shamed, fearful, I'm feeling grief or depressed or envy, I'm able to discriminate what exact emotion is going on, what exact feeling is going on? We just say, oh, I'm not feeling good, I'm not feeling nice, I'm not happy. These are very subjective statements. When we talk about emotional strength, emotional growth, we also learn to connect with our own emotional state. Because unless we understand what emotion I'm going on right now, how will I find out what caused this kind of particular emotion? And then how will I deal with it? Because the nature of negative emotions are that they scream at you, they stick at you. After giving a talk, if somebody comes and tells you some negative words about your talk, then a particular emotion like grief or guilt or doubt may come inside you, and you start screaming at you. Oh, you're not good teacher, you're not good speaker, you're not this, you're not that. And it stick to us. This is the problem. Negativity stick to us and positivity comes and goes away. Any negative emotion comes and it stays with us for like days together, weeks together, sometimes years together. We keep feeling guilty for years for particular mistake which I did 10 years back. This is nonsense. This is ridiculous because we have not trained the mind to come out of it. This is our problem. We have to take the responsibility. So don't allow the negative emotions to scream at you. Don't entertain them. And there are healthy versus unhealthy negative emotions. You know that? Maybe wondering how can a negative emotion be healthy? It can be healthy. Healthy negative emotions are an appropriate response to negative events. They let you know that something is wrong and they encourage you to make positive changes in your life. And unhealthy negative emotions have no beneficial side effects. What happens when unhealthy negative emotions are there? You feel much worse than the situation really calls for. You feel depressed instead of sad if somebody passes away in your family. If somebody dies in our family, our friend or relative, it's natural to feel sad, and that's healthy negative emotion because it will help you to release all that energy, you know. But if you don't have that intellectual strength, that there is no need to be so sad, there is no need to be so depressed because everything is temporary and anybody who has taken birth has to die, then you will not feel depressed. You will be sad for a few days and you will move on in life. But there are people who don't have that enough intellectual strength. They allow the mind to go into the another extreme direction. They allow the negative emotion to get stick to them, allow the negative emotion to scream at them, and they destroy their life. They become afraid instead of careful. If somebody tells me, Vivek, you're going to that particular city, but please don't go in the night on that particular street of that city in the night. So I have to be careful. And I will be careful. It's a healthy negative emotion. But if I say, no, no, I'm not going at all to the city only, I'm so afraid now. This is another extreme. This is foolishness. Now, somebody you gave the work to do, which I was talking in the beginning of anger, and that person has not done that particular work, he's working under you, and you're the boss, and you have a right to be annoyed. You have a right to express your that little bit of anger and say that, to give the message that you have to give the message that you have to change yourself. You can't do like this. You have to work nicely. It will also help you to take out your stuff outside of you. Because if you keep suppressing your dissatisfaction, it will bother you. It will create problem in your personality. But going to another extreme, unhealthy negative emotion will be that you get so enraged that you keep getting angry day after day on that particular person because of that particular mistake, and you're just shouting and yelling at him for weeks together. This is unhealthy negative emotion. It will destroy both. Another example here. Hurt instead of disappointed. One of your friend invited you. No, one of your friend told you that she will come or he will come in the evening and you both will go for a dinner. But instead of coming, he doesn't come. And instead of coming, he started giving some silly excuses. Then it's natural that you will feel disappointed, and you can even express your disappointment to him and say that I never expected this from you. I'm sorry. I'm disappointed. But you don't have to carry that hurt for weeks together and thinking that I feel rejected because he didn't come to take me for dinner. That's like you're destroying yourself. It's like unhealthy negative emotion you have developed on your own. And that person has a choice whether he comes or not. And you can feel disappointment about it for some time, but you don't feel hurt. You do something wrong. It's good to be regretful so that you can bring some change. You can do better next time, but you don't have to feel ashamed for days and weeks and months and years together and feel guilty. It will not allow you to grow. It will pulls you down. So that's how we become emotionally strong, by not allowing our emotions to go into one extreme, by not allowing the negative emotions to scream at us, stick at us, take advantage of us. So check with yourself, my dear friends. Do your feelings push you to do things that are unhealthy? For example, do you smoke, drink too much alcohol, or overeat? Do you procrastinate on important tasks? Do you get into unnecessary arguments with authority figures? Do your feelings stop you from doing the things you want to do? For example, do you avoid talking to people you would like to meet? There's so many things we start doing because we fall into the trap of unhealthy negative emotions. Very often, unhealthy negative emotions are accompanied by self defeating actions. Mind this word, my dear friend, self defeating actions. If you continue to entertain negative emotions, they will lead to self-defeating actions in the form of person may feel loss of confidence, guilty about oneself, emotionally hurt, weak, even physically eventually. So now there is some knowledge about positive emotions. Now name some of the positive emotions. Most of you will not even be able to name the positive emotions or feelings. Because on the name of positive feelings and emotions, at the most people say that I'm feeling good, I'm fine, I'm okay, I'm fine. I feel joy at the most, they will say. But positive emotions are many. We have to learn to become more specific about them. And if we don't learn to become specific about them, if we are not aware about so many positive emotions which comes and goes away, then we will never be able to relish them. Because we have not trained our mind to relish positivity, to relish wonderful, beautiful emotions, they whisper and go away. There are so many times in the day we really go through, we experience positivity, positive feelings, but we don't have trained our mind to experience it. So we need to become more specific about them. And how we do that? by learning the vocabulary, first of all. Vocabulary. Joy, gratitude, kindness, serenity, hope, pride, inspiration, love. These are some of few, some very important positive feelings and emotions which I have written here. And whenever in life you feel gratitude for someone or somebody has expressed gratitude to you, you need to make a note of it. How many times in last 10 years or 15 years people may have told thank you to you from their heart? Why can't we remember those particular moments? And mind only make us remember the moments where people have shown some kind of frustration towards us or cheating towards us. How many times people have shown kindness to us, and that kindness had touched our heart, but we are not remembering those particular moments. How many times we have been hopeful because of reading something, because of achieving something, because of somebody supported us in a very wonderful way. How many times we felt pride in our own achievements, in our own parents, in our own society, in our own country, but we don't remember it. How many times we feel inspired by reading something wonderful, by hearing something wonderful, by meeting somebody who is very inspiring, and how many times we feel loved when somebody cared for us, when somebody did something special for us. Why can't we remember all of it? Why can't we train our mind to think about those beautiful moments and situations? So this is the technique. Whenever your mind take you to the negative direction, shift it, bring it back, shift it, bring it back. Like a wrestling. In the wrestling match, two parties are wrestling. It's a fight. If you want to become emotionally strong, you have to train your mental muscles. If you have to become physically strong, you have to train your physical muscles. This is not something which comes overnight. This requires practice. And practice means learning to shift your thoughts from one thought to another thought. Learning to observe. Otherwise, it's not possible. So I hope you are with me, my dear participants or my dear friends. Try to understand what I'm saying, that you have to grow from the useless mental battles by methodically slowing down the continuous ramblings goes on into our mind. There is an internal dialogue which goes on in our mind, which pulls us down. So what we need to do? We need to do the opposite. We need to focus. We need to focus on the positive and uplifting objects. My dear friends, when you sit in the airplane, an airplane take off, like in a big city like Mumbai, and when you take off and you go high up in the sky, and the big skyscraper building, if you watch from the window seat of the plane, they look like a small matchbox. Similarly, when you take high in your life by not just taking drugs, because you can feel high by taking drugs also, but that's not the right way. You take high by doing meditation, by shifting your thoughts to positive thoughts, positive people, positive vibrations, by shifting, by relishing your positive emotions which you have experienced in the past, then the problems of your life will look very trivial. They will not bother you. So I have few more minutes. Let me see. There are some more questions here on the chat box. And in the meantime, you can think of some other question. And also, uh, my wish is that if you get some time, there is a lot of material which is available on my YouTube channel. You can read, sorry, you can watch it, you can hear it, make some notes if you like, and I'm sure you can be benefited, from this material. And the channel name is Grow with Vivek. mindfulness is my main core area, yoga is another area, and counseling. So you can learn to self counsel yourself by watching these videos, and you will be inspired to read many books by watching these videos. So let's take some questions now. Um Good morning, sir. Thanks for this beautiful and refreshing session. Kindly share this PPT so that, yes, we can share this PPT. Thank you, no problem. This is the email ID. Problem noted. And yeah, please suggest books. Yeah, books. There are so many books you can read. One of the first book you can read, my dear friend, Seven Habits of Highly Effective People. This is by Stephen Covey. This is one of the very good book to bring change in your life. And if you are spiritual, or uh, then you can read Bhagavad Gita, which is one of the most popular book to bring change in your life. Then you can read Five Love Languages. This is another book which you will like. Okay, yeah. And in yoga, if you want to understand, you can read Patanjali Yoga Sutra. At least begin with this. Now there was a question before. Let me see. Which I didn't take. How to stay positive always? Now, first of all, that's not possible to be positive always, because there are many situations in the life which will come, which will not be according to the way we have planned, we have think. But I can agree with you that our response can be positive, and that require practice. And that require practice means you have to start learn to look good in every situation. Like say pandemic, COVID had come. So in this COVID situation, many people were forced to sit at home. Many people lost their job, many people lost their work, many people were forced to work from home. Now, now in this, some you can see something good in this also, based on your own liking and situation. Like somebody who was not getting time to spend with family, now that person got a lot of time to spend with family. Or maybe you have more time to develop your health. You can, because you are saving time in traveling, so every day you could have been practicing yoga and some kind of exercise with yourself. Or if somebody is criticizing you, somebody is making fun of you, now how can you be positive in that? You can give a thought that what this person is talking about me, whether does it has any truth behind it, does it has any reality behind it, and if it has any reality or truth, it's good. I can do some improvement. And if that person just talking any nonsense, then you say, why should I waste my time? So how to stay positive means positive is a mindset. It's not like it's a mindset which we need to develop. It's a mindset of going ahead, looking further, looking ahead in life, not looking behind in life. So what is the negative mindset? Negative mindset is BMW mode. BMW is a car also, but it's a phrase we have used. Blaming, mourning, and meaning. You blame each and everything for others. You mourn for whatever happens, you vain for whatever happens. But a responsible mindset is, positive mindset is, no matter what happens, I take the responsibility and I try to make some improvement in life. Then another question here, how to overcome ego problem? Now, what is ego problem that you need to define? Ego problem means thinking oneself best, thinking oneself better than others. Now, this mindset is again uh, will pull you down, will not allow you to learn from others, will not allow you to grow. Even biggest of the big leaders, they are always in the mindset of student, humility. So ego can be resolved only by humility, and humility can come only when you understand and appreciate that I have lot more to learn, I have lot more to achieve, I have lot more to uh, grow in life, you know. Otherwise, there is a Kueka Mendak, frog in the well can be proud, will be egoistic, you know. I'm living in the water. But how much water? Very small puddle of water you are living in, my dear friend. If you meet a frog which come from the ocean, what kind of water you're living in? No, I'm living in the frog, I'm living in the well. So we don't see from larger point of view. We don't see how many more big people and how many more better opportunities are awaiting for me. And for that, I need to be humble, to learn, to appreciate, to support, to take support, to collaborate, and then you grow. So while in meditation or say dhanam, something like that, internally my mind goes somewhere and keeps thinking about past or future, how to concentrate in such situation. Yeah, this is what I have been explaining in my whole talk. Whether in meditation or not in meditation, mind has a tendency to go. And that's why we taught you the very simple technique of mindful breathing. Because breath is the natural present thing. If mind is going into the past or future, you just focus on the breath and mind will come into the present. And it requires practice. Whenever mind goes here and there, you bring it back, bring it back, bring it back. And when you keep on doing this practice, it will develop this uh, habit, because now mind has a habit to jump into the past or future, and then you keep practicing to bring it back into the present. So learn to catch yourself and bring it back, learn to catch yourself and bring it back. Sir, when everyone wants you to be there in their comfort zone and your dreams matters nothing to them, then how to become strong and stay focused? Again, see language of this question. uh, Everyone wants you to be there in their comfort zone and your dreams, so who cares whether your dreams matters to them or not? Whether your dreams matters to you or not, that matters. Whether you want to come out of your comfort zone or not, that matters. Who cares what other things and what matters to them, unless you are totally dependent on them? And you are not a baby right now. Babies are totally dependent on their parents until the age of 12 or 13, or until the age when they don't become financially independent. To some extent, they are dependent. But we all are grown up people here in this seminar, and most of us are earning also. So who cares? If you support me, that's fine. If you don't support me, I'll try to find some other place, some support. Basically, we need financial support, we need emotional support. And financially, if they're not supporting, you have your own finances, it just closes here. And emotionally, you can find some other friends and support system to encourage you, to inspire you. So we can't change others, my dear friend Aditi Dadwal. We can't change others. We can only bring some change in ourselves. They will be what they are. They will not do what you want them to do. Your dreams should be dear to you, and you should make earth and sky, one if you want to achieve your dreams. But it's not possible. So it is 11:50. Sir, do we need to continue, or you have? I think 10 minutes break is there, na? So you want to conclude my talk? What is your suggestion, Sabindra sir or Abhishek, who is there?
So, is the lecture from your side is over? It's fine, sir.
Yeah, my side is over, and I think I have been answering the questions. But there is one more question here which is remaining. If you want, I can take it. Otherwise, I can stop. What you suggest?
Anything is fine from your side, sir.
Okay, what are the steps to introspection? This is the last question I'm taking. What are the steps to intro? There is no step. First step is take out some time. for yourself. Take a quiet time, your own time, like in the morning or in the evening. Just sit with yourself, connect with your breath, scan your day, scan your week in your mental image, scan your month, scan your last 1 year. Then take a pen and paper, write down what are the things you feel inspired which you have done in last few days or few weeks. What are the things which you feel you want to bring some change. Just scan, scan and note down. Just keep doing it for, let's say, 2 weeks or 3 weeks. And then you read it and you will find amazing things about yourself which you don't even know, because it's very difficult to catch our mind without sitting and meditating, without sitting and noting down. So please do that. And another way of introspection is with the help of somebody, which happens only by if you have someone who is mature enough and intelligent enough to act like a mirror for you. Whatever you say, it just act like a mirror for you. So you can try that. Thank you. So thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to share some thoughts with you, and really looking forward to see all of you or each one of you in person if universe allows sometime in the future. Thank you. Namaste.
Thank you so much, sir. Your inspiring lecture. So, Abhishek, I requested you please conclude the session. And dear participant, uh, we wait for the second session. Abhishek, please conclude the session.
Okay. Okay, sir. On behalf of all the coordinator, myself, and the participant, for sparing a time from your very busy schedule to provide a valuable information for us and give a very brief and clear approach to control ourselves and our emotion. Thank you, sir, for your time and lecture and making time for us. Thank you, sir.
My pleasure. Namaste. See you.
So, our second expert, we call him again right now. So, please wait for some. So, dear participant, one announcement is there. Today we have one validatory session after 4 p.m. and after that we one exam, the FDP exam is conducted. So after the validatory section, the exam will be conducted. So everyone prepare for that. There are some query in chat box related to exam. So can you tell the exact timing for the test? So timing of after validatory, we will start the test. So test will 145 minute or 45 minute for the test. In that 25 question is there. So MCQ test is there. And sir, could you please post the detail of the test? So in that duration is 45 minute. Question for the 25 format is in uh, format is online. So in that we send the same similar kind of the Google form. So in that just you choose the answer and submit and at the end the you can submit. And do you have any separate link for the test? No, similar kind. We can that means in chat box, or I send in WhatsApp as well as in email. Okay. The this streaming is also is live. So in that time, so we are the communicate to each other. If any problem you face, then you can contact with us. Just after 45, the duration of exam is 45 minutes. 25 question is there. What is the submission time for the test? If we started that validity session for the we thinking about the uh, 20 to 25 minutes. So if they in between that, so we will start from 4:30. So in after that we finish and 45 minutes. So then I'm asking till which time I can give the test, like 6 p.m. to 9, or no, just we start across 4:30 p.m. Approx 4:30. The exam will be start approx 4:30 because the validity session start from 4. So that's why I'm trying to wind up the validity from in half an hour. Uh, Time is 4:30, not 5:30. 4:30 to it's a 4:15, 5:15. Will you lock the Google Sheet after 5? No. Can you get slide or PPT of the course that others have discussed for so far? Actually, we have not get all the PPT. We get one PPT or two PPT, and also not the video. We will upload video after the completing the this all session. So we take some time for the uploading on that. No, exam will start after 4:30 p.m. and duration of exam is 45 minutes.
Certificate will be available soon. Uh, Hello. Uh, like, as there is a question, like, can we give the test after 7 p.m.? Sorry to inform that, like, as soon as the validatory function will get over around like 4:30, the exams will commence, and like 45 minutes will be given for completing your exams and submit the Google response. It will be the Google form link will be shared in your chat box and also the WhatsApp of FDP group. And like you can submit in a 45 minutes, and the result will be sent as a response for you. And as coming to the query about the certificate, certificate will be available for you as soon as like possible. Like we will generate the certificate and from our coordinators, and like sir, they will forward you the certificates.
Uh, Hello. One more announcement in for the this FDP. Uh, those participate in that it's a mandatory rule for the AICT in for the FDP, so for certificate. Those participant have attend more than 80% classes, and in exam they got more than 60%, they got certificate. We just fill the data. We are not that whole responsible for the certificate. Those who those who attend 80% and attendance, and they got marks 60%, more than 60%, they got certificate. It's a rule of AICT. Yeah. Yeah, same thing. Sir, certificate will be generated by ATAL FTP after submission of overall feedback in ATAL portal, having 80% attendance and obtained 60% marks on the test. Yeah, similar thing. Thank you, Subha Reddy. Bajpayee sir may already join. Bajpayee sir, hello.
Hello, Dr. Savindra. Good
Yeah,
morning.
yeah. Good morning. So our next speaker, PK Bajpayee sir, Dr. PK Bajpayee sir already joined us. So I'm requesting to Mr. Abhishek MS.
Yes, sir.
Hello.
Very good
Yeah,
afternoon, sir.
I'm requesting.
Uh,
Yeah, I'm requesting Abhishek MS. Please introduce brief introduction about the Dr. PK Bajpayee sir.
yes. Good afternoon, sir. Very warm welcome to the FTP program, sir. Dr. Pravendra Kumar Bajpai is an assistant professor in the Department of Mechanical Engineering at Netaji Subhash University of Technology, New Delhi, India. He earned his PhD degree from Department of Mechanical and Industrial Engineering, Indian Institute of Technology, Roorkee, India. His area of research includes processing of polymer composite and green composite, machining aspects of composites, etc. He has published several research articles in various journals of repute, composite structure, materials and design, wear, etc. He has contributed many books chapters in an edited book of various publishers like Springer, Taylor and Francis, CRC Press, Wiley, etc. He has also worked as an editor for two edited volumes of books on processing of polymer composite published by Woodhead Publication, India Limited and Wiley. We are very proud to have you, sir. Like we are looking forward for your lecture. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. And good morning. Good morning to all of you. Good morning, the audience. Thanks for the introduction. Uh, I shall be discussing about the basics of the composites, specifically about the polymer composites, their different aspects, basic constituents of these composites, and what are the processing schemes for these polymer composites, and in particular about the laminated polymer composites. So in this talk, this is all about we are going to discuss, and let me allow to share you the presentation. So I hope the
Yes, sir.
it is visible to everyone.
Yes, sir. It's
Okay.
visible, sir.
So as I said that we are going to discuss about the processing of these composites and about the processing of green composite laminates, their constituents, application, fabrication schemes. So probably now all of we know what are these composites, what is the basis behind evolution of any new material, because as all we know that the innovation of material, the evolution of a material, that depends on the requirement. What are those requirements? There are two possibilities there are two possibilities, like we have received a new design, a new requirement, new customer need, and that need should be converted into some kind of tangible product. So to convert that particular design into that product, we need some kind of material. And other basis for the selection of material could be the end use requirement, like what are their service requirement. For example, suppose we are using the mouse, we are using the chair, or some products that has to be remain for its service life underwater throughout its service life. So what could be the possible properties when it is all the time, all of its service time, it remains under the seawater, or it is always in the severe sunlight. So those are the in-service requirement, in-use requirement, and if we club together, then we would be able to decide that what kind of properties are required for converting the new need of the customer into some meaningful, some tangible product, some tangible output. So that is the innovative material. Now, once we have decided, once we got the design, once we came to know about the in-service requirement, in-use requirement, then because there are plenty of material, thousands of material available, already available in hand. So what we will see, we will look for the whether these requirements can be fitted in any of the available material, in any of the available variety of the material, because we have the metals, we have the alloys, we have the different kinds of non-metals also. So are we able to meet our requirement from the available material? If yes, then we will select that particular material. Obviously, again we will analyze that material on certain basis, their characteristics, their actual properties. But if suppose that material is not available, any material is not able to fulfill that criteria, then the designer, the producer, what is going to do? He will look for a new kind of material that can be devised, can be developed, a new material, or we can alter the properties of the material, so that comes the step of materials processing, materials technology, materials advancement. So what can be done to meet the requirement that can be done through the uh, that can be done through the internal changes or external changes. So what we know about the internal changes of the material, how to alter the properties through the internal changes, like all we have studied at our UG level, that they are well established processes, well established steps that we can make the LYs through different routes. Or what we can do, we can do the various treatment processes to the existing material, like we can perform the heat treatment depending on the requirement. So these are the internal changes, that yes, if suppose from the existing material, none of the existing material in its present form is able to fulfill the designer's need, the customer's need, then let's play with the material, do the alloying, or some kind of treatment. We can do the heat treatment process as per the requirement. But if suppose still we are not able to have those, the other route is the external changes. That external changes means these concept of these composites, that we are reinforcing some kind of constituent like rods, whiskers, particles, fillers, etc., into another phase to get a single material. This process is known as external changes. Just we are combining 2-3 things together. Those are the external changes. So either by the internal changes or by the external changes, we will get the improved properties of the material. Improved properties in what terms? Improved properties in context with the requirement, as per the requirement, because we did these changes, we did these internal changes as or the external changes, keeping in mind the requirement. So now, because these are innovative material, we have thought about the external changes, then we will look for the processing routes, because though for conventional materials we are having well established processing methods with processing schemes, but when we are talking about such kind of material, then we will look for the processing route that is able to efficiently fabricate that particular material, so that our requirement is fulfilled. So we can say this is the brief, though this is a long discussion about the selection of material, because selection of material is not an easy step, but this is the this is here briefly described how we can look for a new material, how we look for a innovative new processing routes, how their comes out, how these are evolved. So this is all about the innovation of the material, about the selection of the processing route, or the development of the fabrication scheme. Now let's talk about the composites. This way, these all depending on the need, this all has come into the picture. Now, as all we know that the concept of this composites is not a new concept. It exists long back, that we know that the earlier man-made composites material were straw and mud combined to form bricks and building constructions. Wattle, daub is one of the oldest man-made. So these bricks. So all we know that the bricks are nothing but the combination of two things. Just we have reinforced different kinds of agriculture waste, like straw, like sticks, into the wattle or daub, to get some stable structure and that can be utilized. So this is nothing but these are nothing but the composites. They are composites. So the concept is very old, but only the thing is that now they have been the facts and information has been established, and they have been reported technically. So what is composite? How we can now define the composite in a technical manner, in a technical form, that yes, the composites, we can say that it is a judicious combination of two or more material that produces a required effect, that produces a synergistic effect, a material system composing of two or more physically distinct phases that is formed by combination of two or more different material which combine together to generate enhanced properties of the developed material, that is composite material. That means that these two constituents, they are completely insoluble in each other. They are not at all soluble with each other. They are just different phases. They are just different phases. The only thing is that by any means they have been combined together, and they produce the combined material is known as the composite material. So now probably you may know might be knowing that how they are different from the alloy. So you can take the example of like cookies. Cookies are now available. There are some resins, chocolate flakes are there. So they are just you can think of they are just, if we break those cookies, we are clearly able to see all the resins, all the other things they have been embedded into that biscuit or cookie. So this way we are able to see all the phases. So what are these phases? These phases are basically, one phase is that the reinforcement, or and other phase is the matrix. Or in other terms, we can say that there is one continuous phase, another is the discontinuous phase. Continuous phase, that is the matrix, some kind of matrix may be there. And into the continuous phase, there is discontinuous phase. And this continuous phase can be in any form. It can be in the form of like small particles like fillers. It can be in the form of fibers, short fibers, long fibers, or it can be in the form of uh, any kind of mat, or some particular following some particular pattern. So discontinuous phase, that is reinforcement, is reinforced into the continuous phase, and the resulting material is the composite material. So this continuous and continuous phase have their individual inherent properties. Like the continuous phase is having good shear properties. They are able to transfer the load to the reinforcement. Yes, the resistance to the and other properties also. So similarly, the reinforcement, about the reinforcement, yes, they are having high strength as compared to the matrix, high stiffness, impact resistance, etc. They may vary depending on the type of constituents, and the resulting material enjoys the properties of individual constituent, that they are combined, the properties are combined, and we get the benefit of individual constituent. So if we look at the stress strain curve, as the properties are saying, so if we see the stress strain curve of only matrix material on the continuous phase, it is having more shear properties, whereas the fiber is relatively brittle in nature, having high strength and high stiffness, and but the composite having takes the combine the properties of both. So ultimate material behaves like a single. And how these properties are governed? How this property? Who is the governing body behind these properties? Yes, we can play with these properties through various parameters with various variables with various combinations. Some of them are listed here, like we can uh, see the properties of the fiber. So what kind of fiber? Fiber means the reinforcement in general. So what kind of reinforcement we are using? So the first line only has several dimensions to change the properties of the final ultimate composite. So what kind of fiber is there? Properties of the fiber. Then properties of the resin, that is the properties of the matrix material. Amount of loading, that how much weight percentage, how much loading is there, that whether it is 20%, 30%, 40%, or because with different processing routes, we can get different fiber loadings or reinforcement loading. Geometry and orientation of fibers or reinforcement. So this also plays a very important role in deciding the properties of the composites. So that we will see in our subsequent slides also, that how the geometry and orientation of the fibers affects the final properties of the composites with the very simple and routine experimentations. So the well-established way of classifying these materials, these composites, is that we can classify these, because there are two main constituents. One is the matrix material and another is the reinforcement. So depending on these two types of on the basis of these two constituents, we can classify these composites, like on the, because this is very popular. On the basis of matrix material, we have the metal matrix composites, ceramic matrix composites, and polymer matrix composites. So, as the name is suggesting, on the basis of their name, you can easily say you can easily say, suggest that what kind of composite is this. So, like metal matrix composites means there is some kind of metal that is behaving as a matrix material, and the another phase is the reinforcement. It can be of any type. The only thing is that if it is a metal matrix composite, if it is a MMC, then the matrix material must be a kind of metal, like aluminum. Ceramic matrix composites, so it means the matrix material, the continuous phase is a type of ceramic. And into that continuous phase of ceramic, reinforcement will be there. So the best example you can say that the roof, the wall, and the last one that we are going to discuss in detail, that is the polymer matrix composites, PMCs. So polymer matrix composites, is means the continuous phase is any kind of some kind of polymer, and it covers various types of reinforcement into it, and ultimately results into the various forms of PMCs, various forms of polymer matrix composites. So this is the way how we classify these composites on the basis of matrix. Because we are discussing about the PMCs, polymer matrix composites. So just mentioning our discussing PMCs. So again PMCs now now we are again subclassify these composites on the basis of reinforcement, on the basis of polymer. So it can be synthetic fiber polymer matrix composites or natural fiber polymer matrix composites, because we have to ultimately narrow down here our discussion to the green composites. That is why I am very quickly taking towards that. So polymer matrix composites means it may be synthetic fiber polymer matrix composites or natural fiber polymer matrix composites. About the What about the synthetic fiber polymer matrix composites? As we have discussed in earlier slide, that the composite material comprises of two main constituents. That is, one is matrix material or continuous phase, and discontinuous phase, that is reinforcement. So what kind of matrix can be used in case of PMCs? So in PMCs, because it's a polymer matrix, so the only matrix is the polymer. Now we all know through our basics that the polymer can be majorly can be of thermoset type of major application, you can say, or thermoplastics. So among the thermosets, what are the possibilities? We can use the epoxy. Epoxy is widely used thermoset among these PMCs. Epoxy is there, polyester is there, polyamide, etc. The thousands of grades, thousands of varieties are available among these thermosets. If we talk about only about the epoxies, number of grades are available among the epoxies. So depending on the requirement, the requisite grade can be selected, and it can be further processed. Similarly, what about the thermoplastics? A huge range is also available among the thermoplastics, like well-known polypropylene, polyethylene, polycarbonate, cellulose acetate, etc., etc. So these are the availability of the thermoplastics. And what about the reinforcement? Because it is a kind of synthetic fiber, so some kind of synthetic reinforcement are incorporated into these thermoset or thermoplastics, and these reinforcement maybe a carbon fiber based, glass fiber, any geometry of the glass fiber, aramid and Kevlar, and some other man-made fibers are also there. Semi-synthetic. These are the carbon, glass, and Kevlar are already there, but some combinations are also there. Those are semi-synthetic in nature, like rayon, triacetate, modal, etc. So these are the constituents of synthetic fiber polymer matrix composites. Similarly, when we want to reinforce, because you know that these synthetic, though the properties, if we talk about the properties of these, like if we talk about the properties of carbon epoxy composite, the properties of glass polyester or such combination, which includes some synthetic fibers into the matrix material, though the properties are very good, they are very promising, they have captured most of the application domain application spectrum, but the main problem associated with these is that they are not degradable into the environment when they are disposed after their service life. So keeping that in mind, so people try to find out some alternative, that at least not everywhere, at least at some places wherever possible, they can be replaced with, yes, with some having low structural properties, having low mechanical or other properties, with the such kind of materials that are not a burden to the environment. They can be easily disposed and discarded, and they are easily degraded into the environment. So this has led to the development of these natural fiber polymer-based composites, or you can say the biocomposites. So two possibilities are there, that we can reinforce some natural reinforcement into the synthetic polymer that just we have seen in the previous slide. Any kind of thermoplastic or thermoset like epoxy, we have combined some natural fibers into the epoxy. So that is partially biodegradable because one constituent is natural and another is synthetic in nature. Or we can do the complete substitution with the natural resources, that the combination of the natural fibers with the biodegradable polymers. So this is the concept of green composites. So this shows the various constituents of the green composites, like reinforcement, what kind of natural reinforcement are there. They can be derived from different sources. They can be derived from plant-based sources. They can be derived from animal sources or mineral sources. So among the uh, plant-based reinforcement, we are having a variety of available types, like they can be leaf fiber, bast fiber, fruit fiber, means from which part of the plant they have been extracted. Just the name has been given on that basis. If it is obtained from the stems, then it is a kind of stem fiber. If it has been obtained from the leaf, then it has become the leaf fiber or fruit fiber. So these are some of the known, and now you can say the widely accepted fibers among the natural fibers, like sisal fiber, like abaca, like nettle fiber, flax fiber, KNF fiber, etc. And like where is also there. So individual natural fiber possess their inherent properties, their chemical composition, because the properties vary from geographical regions, vary from region to region. So similarly, among the animal fibers, we have the silk fiber, wool, feathers, various wools are there, feathers and silk are there. Mineral fiber, asbestos, basalt. Basalt is uh, used in many applications. So similarly, among the, because we are talking about the green composites, so the polymer is also a degradable kind of polymer. So this column shows various types of degradable, various possibilities of the degradable polymers, like the polymers which are available naturally, like gums, natural rubber, etc., are processed from renewable sources. This is used very much, like polylactic acid, starch-based plastics, or processed from microbial synthesis, or even processed from petrochemical synthesis. They are processed from petrochemical synthesis through various routes to make them degradable, like polycaprolactone, PCl, polysteramides, etc., etc. Polyvinyl alcohol, it is a very brittle polymer. So among these, you might have seen this polylactic acid. This is used in several places because it possesses properties equivalent to the polypropylene. So the places where it can be replaced with the polypropylene can be preferred at those, because this PLA has is known as the sustainable polymer. It has good mechanical properties that are comparable to the polyethylene and PP. And all we know that PP is used in various applications, and therefore at that places, because the properties are comparable with the PP, and if at some place it is possible to replace with PP, it can be done. So therefore it is the most common material used in the automobiles. Another attractive point about the PLA is that the temperature at which PLA can be melt processed with available standard processing equipments is safe for natural fiber, because natural fibers do not degrade at the processing temperature. This is the very attractive feature of this PLA, because the processing temperature at which it is processed, that temperature is safe for the natural reinforcement, natural fibers, any kind of natural fibers. So temperature is compatible with the reinforcement. And because of all these reasons, PLA is fully sustainable polymer. Why sustainable? Because of these properties. It is derived from annually renewable raw materials like various types of agriculture resources, sugar beets, agriculture waste, rice, etc. And it is fully biodegradable, and therefore it is a strong candidate among the biopolymers for the matrix material to be used in the green composites. So these are few points, few favorable positive points about this polymer. This shows various types of natural fibers, the various forms, jute, wood, corn, etc. This slide shows, because we are discussing only about the laminates, composite laminates. So in laminates we need to incorporate some kind of mat. We have to reinforcement. We have to combine layer by layer. Therefore, these are various types of mats of natural fibers like jute bidirectional mat, hemp bidirectional mat, bamboo bidirectional mats, rami. Also, even though we also have the mat of randomly fibers, randomly oriented fibers. So all these types have been used by the students at various levels, like UG students, UG and PG students have used. This slide shows some representative properties of just for the comparison purpose, like for the glass, carbon, the diameter, very crucial and important parameter while designing the composites is the density, the specific. But the composites are known for their high strength to weight ratio. They are lighter as compared to the conventional material. So while selecting their constituents, we also look for their densities and several other properties like mechanical properties. Similarly, you can see the properties of few natural fibers. So, like E-glass has been kept in this table just to give a comparative analysis, that like for E-glass, we are having the specific property or specific modulus as yes. If you look at other fibers like sisal fibers, it is nearby the E-glass fiber. So yes, we are having various natural fibers which are comparable with the synthetic fibers also. This properties of various thermoset resin, like what about the resin, vinyl ester resin, epoxy, and all. This shows the comparison among the different kind of matrix, like when we are using thermoset resin, when we are using thermoplastic, and when we are using the aluminum. And quickly see the comparative analysis of these, compare these the properties of these. Now, one classification was on the basis of matrix material. So, though another classification can be on the basis of second, that is reinforcement. So, what are the possibilities about the reinforcement? It is are endless. It can be fibrous composite, it can be particulate composite, filler, flake, and among the particulate composite means we are reinforcing some kind of particles in some form into the continuous phase. Now, the continuous phase here can be any type. It can be polymer, it can be ceramic, it can be metal. So, among the particulate composite also, if the particles are just spread into the matrix material, then it becomes a random picture, random form, and therefore it is known as randomly oriented. And they have been included into the continuous phase in some kind of preferred manner, preferred orientation. They are following a pre-decided pattern. Then it becomes a preferentially oriented type of composite. Similarly, if we are reinforcing some in kind of fiber, then usually we use the multi-layered composite, so it can be laminates, and hybrid possibilities of hybrids is always there in any case at any level. So what about the laminates? They can be unidirectional composites, bidirectional composites, or unidirectional composites means all the fibers are in one direction. All the fibers in the mat are in one direction only, and in bidirectional woven composite they are in both the direction, longitudinal as well as the transverse direction. And now we are having various possibilities in our hand to play with these two transverse and longitudinal fibers, so that we can play with the properties of the final composite. And if we are not making the laminates, then we go for and if it is discontinuous type of fiber composites, so again it can be a preferred orientation or random orientation. Just we have poured all the fibers into the matrix in a random fashion, then it becomes a randomly oriented, or it is a preferred orientation. This of these fibers, like these are mats of different orientations, like this is a bidirectional mat, unidirectional mat of randomly oriented fibers. So get different properties according to the reinforcement. So now we know that what are the laminated composites. Laminates are made of plies in which all fibers often have a specific pattern. So it means in laminated composite, the reinforcement is in some kind of plies, in some kind of mat forms, and they can be incorporated in some specific pattern, or they may not follow any specific pattern. Like in this representation, you can see that if this has been designated at 0 degree, this ply, then another in top ply, it is at some particular angle, fibers are at some particular angle, then at minus theta angle, then 90, again 90, minus theta, and so on. So we then in various combination, we can get the various types of laminated composite by reinforcing some form of mats into the matrix material. So now, because we are doing the enforcing some kind of mat, so obviously the properties of the mat governs the properties of the composite. The mat is then the mat is having lower GSM value, so accordingly the final properties will be different in forced mat, or uh, whether we are having some kind of weaving pattern into the mat, like various patterns are available, like is this having a plain weave form, means 1x1 type of form, or under 2x2, this is well-known form of the this plain weave form, that is the, or we are doing some kind of twiddling, means one fiber is moving in that direction, or another variation of this plain weave only is the set-in form. So just by playing these two fibers, we can alter the weave pattern and therefore the properties of the final composite. Or possibilities that you know that the biaxial woven, this is most common form, axial directions are at bidirectional. Another form is the triaxial woven or multi-axial woven having the bias directions, right? Or some kind of 3D architectural, 3D architecture of the 3D architecture of this reinforcement. They are used for near net composites. So all the layers are in uh, in uh, bonded in a one. So talking about this two-dimensional reinforcement. So what we can do, we can change the properties. We can change the properties by changing the weaving patterns. So this two fibers, those two fibers are known as warp and web fiber. So we can change their incorporation into that particular mat, and we can get different type of mat. This was that 1x1. 1x1 means warp and webbed. These are warp and webbed fibers. So 1x1 means they are crossing each other one after another. 1x2, so you can clearly see that two fibers are moving and they are crossing 2 and 2, 2 and 2. Similarly, 1x3, we are moving, they are crossing 3. Similarly, 2x1, 2 warp fiber are moving simultaneously and crossing one after another. Similarly, 2x2, they are crossing 2 by 2. Likewise, 2x3, there 2 warp fiber are crossing 3 web fibers. Likewise, 3x1, in case of 3x1, what's happening? That 3 are crossing 1 web fiber at one time, a single time. 3x2, 3 are crossing 2. 3x3, 3 warp fiber are crossing 3 web fiber at the same time. So this shows the clear picture. All these types, 1x1, 1x2, 1x3, geometric representation, actual mat, and their other combinations, 2x1, 2x2, 2x3. Last combination, 3x1, 3x2, 3x. So this way, the patterns have been developed. Now they by simple processing routes that we will discuss in a subsequent slide, established processing routes. The composites have been developed. Their properties had were calculated and evaluated basically, and these are the results of these different combinations that we have discussed so far. These 3 slides, 9 combinations. I'm not going to discuss here how this change in properties are taking place, because that will take much time, and that becomes the another aspect of discussion, that how the properties are changing and what is the reasoning behind these. So but only to show you that you can see that how clearly the difference in the properties is there about the tensile strength, modulus, flexural impact strength, etc. These are some of the scanning from images. So this was one example to show you different types of reinforcement metrics. Before discussing these 2-3 processing methods, now let me discuss about the application of various types of composite that is not limited only to the PMCs. So we will at least see few applications of different composites. As we have discussed that the application spectrum of composites is wide, is large. They are used in almost all the applications, all the dimensions of the applications, like constructs, aerospace applications, automobiles, marine and naval applications, musical instruments, sports and recreational equipments and activities. So almost they have covered each field. So the present scenario that advanced composites, they have the incorporated around 50%. The percent of the material, they have been replaced with the different kinds of advanced materials. And we talk about some of the specific part. So among the aerospace application, this we do all we know that what is the purpose of using these advanced composites. The principal drivers for the use of these composites in aircraft are reduced weight. This is widely accepted fact about the composites, that which impacts directly on the efficiency of the components as well as on the complete aircraft fuel economy also. Cost reduction, both initial and cost of ownership, which must take account of fatigue resistance, impact resistance, maintainability, and repairability. Improved performance, which can be enhanced by the ability of optimized component shape, form, and stiffness by utilizing different kinds of these. So some application of MMCs, metal matrix composites, in aerospace are like they are things, con rod for control surface, air inlet ramp structure for swash plate, turbine rotor disc, etc. They are now utilizing different forms of metal matrix. Similarly, the use of composites in military aircraft, it has increased. If we look the trend, initially it was very few, very little, almost. Now it has gained its share, it has gained its substantial. So the various models are using various types of osprey composite, like primary structures, carbon, glass, commercial transport 786, B2 spirit. Marine and naval applications, the structural weight of composite sandwich patrolling boats is 10% lighter than aluminum and 36% lighter than the steel boats of similar. So, and obviously, reduced weight can provide increase in payload, greater range of reduction, fuel consumption, etc. So, also in case of petroleum weight, means the marine and naval applications, also they are using different combinations of composites to take various benefits. And these lightweight materials provide excellent corrosion resistance, good damage resistance against underwater shock wave loading. So this slide shows this shows that a comparative graph that represents that the blade, four-bladed propeller made of metal and composites. So if you look at the graph, this line shows the composite blade and upper line shows the some kind of alloy blades. So you can clearly see that initially the weight is same when the diameter is 1, 2, 3, but after that there is a major difference between major difference in weight between the composite blade and conventional alloys. So, what is the conclusion? So, this is the conclusion that low weight compared with aluminum alloy, how much? Weight saving approximately 55 kg or 3.5 meter diameter four bladed propeller. So, with the use of these composites, and apart from that, reduced pitch control moments, less susceptibility to fatigue cracks, very tolerant to damage, easy repaired, etc. These are the other properties associated with these composites. Now coming to the about these polymer composites, they have also gained their place in various automotive models, and they are nowadays used like all the models of this Mercedes, they have the various components have been replaced with some kind of these polymer composites. Accordingly, weight reduction obtained like 20 with the replacement of 26 parts in E class parts have been replaced with 32 kg weight saving. Similarly, other applications include the automotive exterior components made up of black fiber. So these parts have been replaced some kind of these combinations of the door panels, seat covering, backrest, trunk panel, trunk floor panels, using some kind of the composites like with some thermoset or thermal with different types of mattress material. Other includes sports and recreation facilities like fishing rods, tennis rackets, golf clubs, kayak pedals, bicycles, etc. Now this all we know that they are nowadays using various combinations of composites like they are using both glass and carbon fiber composite have higher specific stiffness. So racket made from these composites can be much lighter, particularly in the fiber. Boot clubs, so shaft like concepts with consistent properties are essential to today's driver. So the well-known, the well-coined term is the graphite shafts. The graphite shafts are there. So carbon or glass fiber embedded in some kind of matrix material. Widely used type of graphite shaft is the epoxy-based composites, and the fibers make up to 60% by volume. Similarly, the usage of these kayak pedals is in very harsh environment. They work under the extreme sunlight. They work under the white water and the sea applications. So this becomes very serious. So for that, alternatives have been suggested like linear select is a unique blend of super linear polyethylene and having the properties this meet the demands of these most serious whitewater and sea applications. This inhibit to protect kayak and will maintain the life of the kayak despite repeated exposure to the sun. So both fiberglass and carbon layers can be used. Also musical instruments. So like guitar makers were among the first instruments maker to use composites, also composites, violin, bows, and the prices of instruments are sufficiently low, and the soundboard is preferably made up of layer of woven, preferably aramid fabric, and a layer of unidirectional graphite. This is one example, but there are various combinations available. And a layer of unidirectional graphite fibers followed by a layer of decorative fabric, the layer which is actually visible, so that to make it aesthetically good, all embedded in a resin matrix. The side and the back are made up of at least one layer of woven fabric embedded in resin matrix. Carbon fiber is becoming more and more used in soundboard material for guitars. Other instruments like woodwinds, violins, composite bows, or violin can be made from about 20 separate parts instead of usual 70. So earlier they were having 70 parts to make the violin. Now, because the composites are also popular to for their near net shape. So as long as possible, they are produced in near net form. So, and for that reason, the number of parts have substantially reduced to 20 instead of this 70. So obviously this cuts down on construction time and cost, and these new composite instruments also resonate much like wood and exhibit excellent sound quality. These new violins are made by Quintus, and they are formed from carbon fiber and epoxy resins. Fiberglass and carbon fiber have also been used to make stronger, lighter, and less costly bow sticks. So this was all about um, the various application of different types of composites. Now we will see the fabrication schemes of laminated composites. So these schemes are now very much established. So we will see what are the processing steps. These are few processing routes of polymer matrix composites like hand layup method, compression molding, injection molding, resin transfer molding, vacuum assisted resin transfer, autoclave process, pultrusion, etc. We can also group them on the basis of what kind of constituent is there into the composite. Like if we talk about the reinforcement, so if the reinforcement is in the form of fiber mat, then we will literally go for the hand layup technique, autoclave molding, compression molding, and resin transfer molding. Means we are going to discuss these four methods because they are able to produce the laminated type of polymer matrix composite. But if it is the reinforcement in chopped fibers form, then we may go for the spray layup, injection molding. And if having long fibers, then that also actually depends on the application also. But anyway, in case for continuous long fibers, filament binding and pultrusion process. Similarly, for the matrix material, thermoplastic polymer, if it is thermoplastic type of polymer, so prefer compression molding and injection molding. If it is thermosetting type of, then go for the hand layup, compression molding, resin transfer, pultrusion, filament binding, etc. So these are the processing schemes. Now we will discuss the first and the simplest method and the oldest methods for the composite fabrication is the hand layup technique to fabricate the polymer composite laminates. So hand layup technique is the simplest method of composite processing. Why simplest? The infrastructural requirement for this method is very low. The processing steps are very easy, quite simple, and easy to understand. The production rate is this, but that also depends on the time. So what kind of raw materials can be used in hand layup method? These are the raw material that like matrix material can be epoxy, polyester, polyvinyl ester, phenolic resin, unsaturated polyester, polyurethane, etc. In some thermoset resin. Similarly, what are the requirements for the reinforcement, type of reinforcement? We can use any type of reinforcement, but it has some fixed form like glass fiber, carbon fiber, Kevlar, natural fiber, various natural fibers that we have discussed. But all these fibers are in the form of unidirectional mat, bidirectional mat, stitched into the fabric form, mat of randomly. That means they should be in the form of mat type, any type of a mat, because the hand layup method qualifies is suitable for such kind of reinforcement. So what is the fabrication scheme? As we discussed, that it is very easy to implement. It can be an open type of mold or a closed type of mold diagram. So what is the processing scheme? First of all, into the, if we are using mold, into the mold, uh, spray some kind of gel or use some kind of plastic sheet, perfect sheet, or silica release gel, so that this thermoset resin do not stick to the mold surface, because it is very sticky in nature. Otherwise it becomes very difficult to unmold the composite part, to unmold the fabricated composite from the mold safely. So first of all, some kind of release agent onto the mold surface. Then usually a layer of polymer is spread onto the surface, and after that a mat is kept over that polymer or resin. And then with the help of some kind of roller, it is rolled over all over the surface, so that any trapped air or gas formation is escaped out from these two layers. Then repeat the same procedure, apply the polymer layer, apply the matrix layer, then place the mat, then apply the then again roll the rollers, and similarly keep repeating this process till the pre-finalized thickness or pre-decided layer, and finally close the mold for a specific period of time. And what is the specific period of time? That depends on the nature of the polymer, nature of the matrix material, that how much curing time it is going to take. So if it is like 24 hours, so keep that for 24 hours at the room temperature. If it is at the room temperature, then after 24 hours, open the mold and take out that composite part for further processing. So this is the very simple, very easy to implement, and very quick, very easy to fabricate the composite part with this method. All this shows that the placing of the after we have assembled all the layers, then put a sufficient amount of dead load onto the mold, so that we get a composite plate. And all these plates have been processed with the help of hand layup only, either from the open mold or closed mold. This is hemp, polyester, glass, epoxy, jute. This is the randomly oriented mat. This is bidirectional mat. So this is becomes very easy to process using hand layup technique. Sometimes, because this was the one case during processing with the hand layup technique at the room temperature. So this I am discussing with you. The problem faced during the fabrication of composite was it was very low ambient temperature, like winters. The composite were not able to cure at room temperature. That might be because of the resin properties, or I don't know. It was a thermoset type of resin. The resin was not getting cured properly at low temperatures. So this caused easy delamination of layers of composites. So there was curing. It was, I think it was the specification of that resin showed that it is around 24 hours or 48 hours. And after curing, the composite plate was taken out. It was properly cured, but it looks that it has been properly cured, but we have obtained a desired product, but that was not the case. What happened? Some Wittes crystal structure was also visible at the mat interface, that indicated improper curing of resin. So this was the problem, that it was easily delaminated just by scratching with the hands. We can delaminate those layers. So this was the problem faced during fabric delamination of mats upon application of little force was there. So it means that some problem is there, either at the level of curing or some other reason. So after going through various trial and error, then and the surface looks like some Wittes crystals, uncured. So it was then the whole setup was kept into some heating chamber. So to proper cure, the problem of improper curing at low temperature was solved by fabricating a heat chamber whose temperature was controlled by means of a thermocouple and temperature was applied, and they were then cured at around 60 and 70 degrees centigrade for 8 hours. Because the temperature has increased, therefore the curing time will get reduced. But they were not able to cure at the room temperature, even after 24 or I guess 48 hours. So the resin temperature was also increased to 60 degree before the addition of the hardener. The fillers of okay, the fillers were also there. That is another aspect. So yes, sometimes we meet such kind of problems while fabricating. So this was the one case. This you can see the picture of heating chamber that was the students themselves have developed with the help of thermocouples. They maintain the temperature. Finally, they fabricated the composite at this temperature. Here also post cured around 50 degrees centigrade. And these are the developed these combinations. Then once the composites, suppose we are as a student or as a researcher, we are doing the some basic characterization. So what we need to prepare the samples for various characterization, mechanical characterization or some other characterization. So we need to prepare the samples. So usually water jet machine can be used for preparation. This is all about the hand layup method. So now you know what are the favorable points of hand layup method, that the continuous fibers and mat can be suitably used, widely used composite processing technique, low tooling cost that you have seen that mold, and if it is closed mold also, then we need a simple mold. This method is mainly suitable for, yes, thermosetting polymer. The resin must have low viscosity, otherwise we need to properly ensure that the resin is properly moving in each and every corner of the mold. Health and safety considerations of the resin. Some of the major applications products in market are automotive parts, bottles, large container tanks, etc. This slide shows that the composites have been developed with various combinations of various laminated composites have been developed using different types of fiber mats like jute fiber, hemp, and flax fiber, and these were the combinations of the composite that were developed. The results were obtained. Results were obtained having different properties because we have incorporated different layers, different types of mat into the composites. So this becomes the case of the hybrid composite, you can say. And among the hybrid composites, hybrid means when two or more constituents are there, like if we are talking about the fibers, so two or more fiber material are combined into the composites. And among the hybrids, this is the case of, what is the case? This is intraply or interply. Intraply means within itself. Within itself means that alternate strands of different fibers in a single ply itself. And interply means across the laminate, means different plies of different fibers are reinforced into the composite. So this is the case of interply. Just showed different layers of reinforced fibers, and after that they were characterized, and there was variation in the property. Now coming to the another process of another fabrication scheme for laminated composite. This is well-established processing method, that is the compression molding. Compression molding is well known and one of the oldest technique to develop variety of composite products. It is the closed molding process with high pressure application. This composite processing method performs for forming the product along with the simultaneous curing because we are working at some elevated temperature. Process is suitable for small to medium sized parts. Simple to complex shapes can be easily produced. Basically, it is a kind of press which is oriented vertically with two molding halves, top and bottom. So the principle is same. This is nothing but a kind of press that we apply the pressure and temperature and we get the desired product. So again, what are the requirement for the raw materials in compression molding method? So for the reinforcement, use different types of fibers, but yes, these fibers would be in some kind of formation, bidirectional, woven, or stress form. But matrix can be both type of polymer matrix can be used. Either it can be a or it can be thermoplastic because we are working at elevated temperature. So these thermoplastic granules will be melted at that temperature, like polythermides, etc. if we are processing with the compression molding. This is the schematic of that compression molding. Yes, it has a lower mold plate that can move, mold plate, the guide pins, so that the upper and lower plates are properly fitted. Cavity. Some hydraulic mechanism is there to apply the pressure, and heating arrangement is there. Heating arrangement to heat the composite. So once the stacking of the layers and polymers have been done, the mold is kept into the compression molder. Then the pre-decided temperature and pressure is applied. And after applying that pre-decided temperature and pressure, and also the time is also important in the compression molding. So after that, the composite part is taken out. Once it is cured, the composite part is taken out for further processing. So sometimes it takes few seconds, few minutes to cure the part, to cure the composite plate. So these are the controlling parameters like mold heating rate, mold cooling rate, maximum applicable pressure, compression rate, curing time. So these all need to be pre-decided, optimized to get the superior and desired properties of the composite. So production, what are the beneficial points of this using with the compression molding process? The production rate is high as the mold cycle time is in few minutes because we are working at the elevated temperature. So the part is quickly cured. Good surface finish, high part uniformity is achieved. Compression molding process, good flexibility in part design is possible. Yes, if you compare with the hand lathe, it is costly as compared to that. Obviously, it is suitable for high production volumes. It is not economical for making a small number of parts or prototyping application. Secondary processing may be required, but this secondary processing is also required in some other processing methods, processing routes. Sometimes uneven parting line because we are having two halves of the mold, so sometimes maybe. So as we have seen that the method is equally applicable for both thermosetting and thermoplastic polymer based composite products. Application ranges from kitchen goods to automobile, toys, electrical parts, etc., automobile panels, roof, etc., fenders, hoods. So yes, this slide shows the composite plate developed with the compression molding using three different types of mat: unidirectional, bidirectional, and randomly oriented mat with this PLA polymer lactic acid. So first of all, these PLA granules have been converted into thin sheets. Then after that, they were stacked in the mold, and that is why it is also known as film stacking method. So one layer of polymer, then composite fiber, then composite. Load and temperature was applied. After pre-decided parameters of time, temperature, and pressure, composite part was taken. This is though looks very simple, but it is actually not. If we are not able to, if we are not pre decided the measure parameters properly, so otherwise the part will not be of the that level, will not satisfy the quality parameters. It will be deteriorated due to many reasons, because here in the compression molder we are working at a high temperature, we are working at a high pressure. So that pressure, that temperature, and the time of application of this temperature and pressure must be pre-finalized initially. Otherwise, what will happen? You can see in these slides that in the first slide, don't know, because of the maybe because of the higher temperature, the fibers have changed their color due to excessive heating, burning of the fibers, the burnt fibers. Non-uniform resin, maybe many reasons could be there, like probably some issues associated with the pressure applications, or maybe the placing of the mold properly onto the platform. So it can be any reason. Broken matrix layer at some places, again maybe we have applied much pressure, very extensive pressure on that part, and this shows relatively improved desired properties. So therefore we need to optimize these parameters very carefully so that we are able to get the composite parts as per the requirement. After that, the composites have been developed, they have been characterized for various properties, for various static mechanical properties, dynamic mechanical analysis, and the results have been reported. And yes, because we have reinforced different types of layers, so there was a substantial difference in the property. And this was all about the composite. Then the next process is the another well-known processing polymer resin transfer molding. So what is resin transfer molding? So as the name is suggesting, resin transfer molding means resin is moving, resin is being transferred from one place to another place. So this is the quite obvious with the name of this method, that resin transfer molding. Resin transfer molding, it is a molding is a closed molding process It is also known as liquid transfer molding process. As the name indicates, resin is transferred over the already placed reinforcement. It means reinforcement are not going anywhere. They have been placed into the mold at the place already, and only the resin is moving from some other place to the place of reinforcement. That is why it is resin transfer molding. The process is effective for production of structural parts with low cost in low to medium production quantities, because the properties are relatively good, therefore they can be used for structural applications. So it is possible to achieve near net shape with controlled fiber orientation. Generally, continuous fibers are used in this method. So, what are the different types of raw material requirements? So, reinforcement can be glass fiber, carbon fiber, natural fibers, etc. And again, these fibers are used either individually or in combined form. That is okay. That depends on the requirement whether we need simple composite, kind of hybrid composite. But as a woven mat, you need external mat or any kind of mat. Matrix, usually thermoset resin like epoxy, polyester, polyvinyl ester, etc., etc. So this shows the basic scheme of the resin transfer. This schematic is the scheme of the resin transfer molding method. We are having a separate container away from the mold that contains, in one box we are having resin, and another box it is catalyst. Then they are attached with separate lines to another unit that is known as mixing head and resin injector. Then it comes connected to the actual mold where the reinforcement is already placed. So resin separately is transferred to the mixing head. From here, catalyst is separately transferred to the mixing head. Why they have not been mixed here only? Because otherwise the reaction will start taking place at this place only. So therefore they are mixed very close to the mold, and in the mixing chamber they are mixed together properly, and finally they are injected through the nozzle into the mold cavity, and heating arrangement is there. So this way the resin is transferred, and by application of pressure and heat, finally the part is cured, and the desired part is taken out for further application. So main components of resin transfer molding are resin container, pumping unit, mixing chamber, resin injector, molding unit. So be done with these parameters. Controlling parameters like resin, yes, resin viscosity is the dominant parameter in this case. Injection time, injection pressure, temperature in the mold. So the viscosity of the resin plays an important role in resin transfer molding process. Injection time depends upon viscosity of the resin. Because if viscosity of the resin is high, high pressure is required, which may cause displacement of fiber sometimes. So these are some of the issues associated with the resin transfer molding, because viscosity is, when viscosity is playing the role, so it should be taken care of that the no fiber loss takes place. Either fiber loss or a little displacement of the reinforcement has taken place, then also we are not able to get the desired product. So therefore this should be taken care accordingly. Few benefits like on both surface. Fast cycle time can be achieved through temperature control device. Process can be manual. Okay, that is another aspect. It can be composite part thickness is uniform. So in context with the composite, yes, this is there that the thickness is uniform, which is determined by the mold cavity. Strict dimensional control is possible through RTM. Process doesn't require high injection pressure. Material wastage is reduced as near net parts are produced. High production rate is associated with process automation. Mold cavity, obviously, it is going to limit the size of the composite, and there is limitation on the reinforcement material due to the flow and resin saturation of fiber that we have just discussed. One limitation is there on the type of reinforcement, and the limitation is on the because there is flow is involved, so that also is a controlling parameter, limiting parameter in this case. Various parts like complex structures, automotive body parts, big containers, they are produced with the resin transfer molding method. This is all about the some basics of the resin transfer molding, their resin, their processing schemes. So one UG student has conducted this study. They developed composites with these three methods: hand layup, compression molding, and resin transfer molding, having various combinations of polyester, sisal, rami, and all, and processed obtain their properties in both the direction, longitudinal direction as well as the transverse direction also. Then reported few results. These are the summary of these results. You can in the longitudinal directions and in the transverse direction. So you can see that with different methods, we are getting different properties of the same composite, same type of composite. Properties in both the direction. So these were many outcomes of that study, but this outcome was that it was also verified that hand layup and compression molding method RTM process has proved to be more effective and efficient method to fabricate these composites. This was a small study. Then we have the autoclave molding. So autoclave molding means we are applying some kind of autoclave so that we can heat and pressure. For that, what is vacuum bag molding? So vacuum bag means we are applying some kind of bagging, vacuum bagging to process the. In this process, matrix is uniformly, these are the beneficial point of this vacuum bagging molding. In this process, matrix is uniformly distributed. Intimate contact is achieved through proper bonding between fiber and matrix. Why intimate contact is achieved as compared to the other process? Because we have created complete vacuum inside that. So all the gas, trapped gas, and are removed from that place, and therefore very high and uniform contact is achieved. What about the requirement of raw materials? Is the requirement. So reinforcement material like glass fiber, carbon, and all these fibers are in the form of mat only. Matrix material like epoxy, polyester use. So this is the basic scheme of vacuum bagging. So this shows the concept of this pressure difference in vacuum bagging. So what happens if we apply the is no vacuum because the pressure is same on both sides. Therefore, this is the basic scheme of vacuum bagging. There are various components required, various tools required, and facilities required. Like we need some vacuum pump of required specification, vacuum bag is required, breather material so that the air bubbles and can breathe out, perforated film, release fabric, laminate, plies, laminate. This is the actual composite assembly. Mastic sealant, mold, obviously mold is all the time required in any case. So this can be understood with the help of this line diagram, that resin is there, mold assembly is there, one component is also there in between the vacuum pump and mold, that is known as resin trap or cache pot. So resin is sucked into the mold cavity, and obviously extra resin is taken out while vacuuming the outlet. But in doing the vacuum through the vacuum pump, what will happen? Excess resin will also move. So it doesn't hamper the working of the vacuum pump. One unit is used in between these two, that is catch pot, so that that resin is collected into the that catch pot only. So this shows the vacuum pump, yes, that we have seen in the base, the line diagram also, that the vacuum pump is required, infusion mess is required. So infusion mess means that guides the flow of the resin. So these are the actual representation of this infusion mess, peel ply, vacuum bag, vacuum bagging, sealant tape. This is the sealant tape, various types of fittings and connections, vacuum case and catch pot. Catch pot can be of any pot having two connections with the fittings and connectors. One connects with the mold, other connects with the vacuum pump. So this you can see that resin is coming from one end and moving towards the other end, vacuum generation and before vacuum generation. So these are the parts produced with the vacuum bagging method. Simple. So what change takes place in autoclave molding? Autoclave molding, expensive technique, therefore used for high performance composite for precise applications. So autoclave molding technique is similar to vacuum bag and press bag molding method with some modifications. This method employs a autoclave to provide heat and pressure to the composite product during the curing. So in this method, prepex are stacked because this is used for very precise applications, high-end applications, stacked in a mold in a definite sequence and then sealed to avoid any relative movement in between the pre. Initially, release gel is applied. These steps are same as we did in previous. Initially, a release gel is applied onto the mold surface to avoid sticking of polymers to the mold surface. After stacking the prepex, the whole assembly is vacuum bagged to remove any air entrapped in between the layers. After a definite period of time, when it is ensured that all the air is removed, the entire assembly is transferred to autoclave. This is the difference. Now heat and pressure is applied for a definite interval of time. And after the processing, the assembly is cooled at the definite rate, and then vacuum bag is removed and the composite part is taken out from the mold for further processing. So this is about the autoclave molding. So what are the points that can be counted as a advantageous points? The composite processing method allows high volume fraction of reinforcement, applicable for both thermoplastic and thermosetting polymer composites, high degree of uniformity in part consolidation, better adhesion characteristics between the layers, and the good control over resin and reinforcement is achieved between the fiber, because we are doing the vacuum bagging, then we are taking it into the autoclave where heat and pressure is applied with the pressurized heated air. No void content in the finished part due to removal of the entrapped air through vacuum. Good, yes, good wetting of fibers are achieved. So yes, depending on the autoclave, this limits the part size. It is costly technique for composite processing. Skilled labor requirement is there. Process mainly use applications requiring high strength to weight ratio components, craft parts, marine, military, spacecraft, such kind of higher-end applications. So this was all about these 4 techniques that we have discussed so far about the composite fabrication and for the laminates of polymer components. These are hand lathe, compression molding, resin transfer, vacuum bagging, or you can say the molding. So then yes, this shows the complete summary of all this discussion. Once we have developed the composite, then we go for because as a student, if we are as a student or as a researcher, we are processing some kind of composites. Then we will go initially. First step will be we go for different types of characterizations as per the requirements, as per the our needed objective. So we go for the mechanical characterization, we do the tensile testing, flexural testing, impact testing, interlaminar shear strength, etc. We can find out the hardness value, the physical characterization, like what is the percentage of void content into the composite, what density has been arrived for the final process composite, how it is different from the theoretical density of the composite. We go for the other dynamic mechanical analysis. We go for the then morphological characterizations to analyze various reasons of the failures into the composite, or we may have some other objectives too. Okay, so this is all about. Finally, we can be concluded from this, the primary processing technology for PMC can be considered as a developed technology because uh, many things, a lot has been uncovered, unveiled from composite technology and fraternity. So we have obtained enhanced Taylor properties. Taylor properties, they may be mechanical properties or some other properties, having lightweight, they are corrosion resistant, integral surface finish, easy of installation, and so on. But still, a lot of things remains. There are many challenges being faced by this composite fraternity that can be that can also be looked into to convert into the reality, like the issues at the design level, challenges at the design level, at the even various methods are well established, but still there are challenges at primary processing level, that the fabrication level also. Then another issues are at the secondary processing of the composites. Many things still remains to be explored at the secondary processing of the composites also, and like what kind of special tooling required for to process these composites. So these are the challenges there. That is why, so if we compare, but anyway, if we compare, so we can say that the primary processing technology for PMC can be considered as a developed technology relatively, but still now a lot of things remains to be carried out in the secondary processing, that a lot remains to be do in this dimension, in this route also. So this is all about from my end. So
Hello.
Yeah, hello, sir.
So, dear participant, if any query related to this presentation, please ask to sir.
Hello, sir. Hello, sir. Am I audible?
Yes, Pavitra.
Sir, I have a question, sir. What are the different methods you followed for extraction of fiber? Hello, sir.
सर वाजपेयी सर अनम्यूट करके सर आपका माइक ऑफ है. हेलो वाजपेयी सर. हेलो. हेलो. हेलो वाजपेयी सर.
Sir, there might be some technical issue from the WhatsApp, sir.
Okay. Okay, Pavitra, you can if you have any query, then you write in chat box. We send to
Yes, sir.
uh,
Yes, sir.
PK Bajpayee sir.
Yes, sir. Sure, sir.
Okay.
Thank you, sir, for very nice session.
sorry for the interruption. Now am I audible?
Yeah. Pavitra, you have any query, then sir.
Yes, sir. What method you followed for the extraction of fibers, sir?
For the extraction of fiber, there are a few methods, but if you are asking me in particular, I
Yes.
haven't followed for extraction. I have just taken the ready-made fibers.
Okay, you taken ready-made fiber.
Yes.
One more question, sir. What are you major challenges faced doing manufacturing composite using vacuum bag molding, sir?
Yeah. Come again. I'm not able.
What are the major challenges you face during manufacturing of composite using vacuum bag molding?
Okay. Once few students did this vacuum bagging, but the main problem was the actual the creation of the properly inserting the vacuum into that region, because what they did, they have collected these all these separate parts, like they obtained the vacuum pump, tape and all. So for a long time there was leakage at one place, or the another problem was with the catch pot. Once they have initially they have taken a simple box of a very little thickness. So what happened when they applied vacuum? That catch pot collapsed completely. Then what they tried, they taken old pressure cooker, and they after doing some welding and all, so they ultimately formed in the form of catch pot that has worked properly. So these were few things that were faced during that processing.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir, for information.
Okay.
Any other question, participant? So I think, sir, there is no any question. Also, in not any question in the chat box. So thank you so much, sir. And I requested to Abhishek, please conclude the session.
Okay. Good afternoon to everyone. On behalf of all the coordinator, myself, and the participant, sir, making time out of your busy schedule to provide a valuable information and like making a beautiful presentation for us, and like giving a very brief and clear approach to the respective research area. Thank you, sir. Thank you for your time and a lecture, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you to the course organizer for inviting me, and thanks all of you for listening me patiently for 2 hours. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. So, dear participant, our last technical session will start from 2:30 p.m. So we go for the lunch and we meet at 2:15 p.m. Okay, thank you everyone.
Thank you, sir.
Hello.
Yeah.
Hello.
Hello, sir.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
So, good afternoon again. So, today our last lecture of this FDP is delivered by the Dr. Ajay Kumar Yadav sir. He is assistant professor in uh, NIT Surathkal, and he joins soon. Wait for 3 4 minutes. He joins, and after that, this technical session. Uh, we go for the validatory session, and after validatory session, we have one FDP exam of 45-minute duration, and in that FDP already told those who are attend 80% attendance and those who got 60% marks in this FDP test, they got certificate from AICT. We are not. That means just we go put the all the your attendance and marks. Then ATAL and AICT will directly send to the certificate in your email. Thank you. Someone commented, please share book PPT our what group and very much useful. Uh, Till we have not received all the PPT from the expert. Whenever we receive, we mail in your email. I will send in your email then to all the participants, not only for user. Hello, I'm audible, sir.
Yeah. Can you hear
Good
me?
afternoon, sir. Yeah, good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
So, dear participant, our third technical session, Dr. Ajay Kumar Yadav sir will sir join us. So, welcome, sir. So, I'm requesting to Abhishek MS, please brief introduction about the Ajay Kumar Yadav sir and
Okay.
Abhishek MS.
Yes.
Hello. Yeah.
Very good afternoon to everyone. Uh, Dr. Ajay Kumar Yadav is the assistant professor in the Department of Mechanical Engineering at National Institute of Technology, Karnataka. He completed BE in Mechanical Engineering from Institute of Engineering, India, Kolkata, MTech in Thermal Science and Engineering from IIT Kharagpur, and PhD in CFT heat transfer from IIT Kharagpur. He has more than 12 years of teaching experience and then 6 years of industrial experience. He has more than 100 publications, books, patents, conference included. He is a member of professional bodies such as Life Member of Indian Society for Heat and Mass Transfer, Associate Member in an Institution of Engineering, India. He is also the editorial board member of Asian Journal of Applied Research and Asian Journal of Multidisciplinary Research. He is also a reviewer of many national and international journals. He has supervised more than 9 MTech as well as 2 PhD students. His research area includes topics related to CFD, heat and mass transfer, cryogenics, nanofluids, bioheat transfer, refrigeration, and air conditioning, solar energy, IC engine, and more. We are happy that you accepted our request, sir, for giving a talk in FDP program. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you for nice introduction. So shall I share my screen and start?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, and just I want to know the audience is from NIT faculty or some other college and some PhD students. Who are the audience? Based on that, I'll talk.
So it's everyone included, sir. There are so many NIT, IIT professors and also PhD students and so many other students also, sir.
Okay, okay. So based on that, suppose PhD students, so based on their qualification or experience, I'll start my presentation. So everybody should understand. Okay, thank you. I'll share my screen now. Video, maybe I'll close my video because it will take more bandwidth. Yeah, please tell me whether it is visible or not.
Yes, sir, it's visible, sir.
Oh, thank you very much. So good afternoon to all of you.
Good afternoon, sir.
To start this, my topic is okay. My topic is supercritical carbon dioxide in solar thermal collector, application in gas turbine and water heating. So, and this I'll talk actually this in a gas turbine. We use ultra supercritical, actually very high pressure and temperature. So you go to the introduction. Yeah. So in this first overview, what I'll talk, first thing is why we need this supercritical carbon dioxide based system. Then this what is the motivation behind, then introduction and suitability of carbon dioxide, heat transfer loops, solar collectors, solar thermal power generation system. Here we'll talk about gas turbine. Disadvantage of water-based solar thermal power plants. There is a disturbance in between it comes. What is that? And everybody can mute it.
Actually, some sir participant when join, some sound will be come from this software.
Okay. Then disadvantage of water-based solar system, solar thermal power plants, and supercritical CO2-based gas turbine GT plant, and challenges associated with that. In summary, and CO2 in natural circulation, solar thermal collector, results and discussion and conclusion. So here actually we'll talk about two topics. Two topics mean to say one will be in the gas turbine based system, that would be forced circulation loop, and another will be natural circulation in a solar thermal collector. Probably I'll talk about water heating system, okay, application in water heating. So these two topics I'll cover here. So today's lecture, really, I hope people will get some knowledge with this, and also I'll get some good feedback or good interaction, I should take, and good suggestion also if we can improve this area of research. Yeah, motivation behind this. This is, we know solar energy is a very clean energy. It is not only renewable, but it's green energy. So renewable, if you talk like biomass, biofuels, these are all things. What happens if you use biofuels, biomass in engine, any engine if you use, then there will be pollution. So, but here if you use solar energy, there is no pollution. So that is one thing. Another thing is in the biomass, even you can say that is renewable. When you grow seeds or plants, again you cut it, then again you grow. Then what will happen while growing, this carbon dioxide, what we are releasing to the atmosphere, that will take back by the plants, and plant will grow. Carbon will get deposited in the form of wood. But other other pollution also there, like NOx, those things in the engine, if you talk. So that thing is a surplus, you can say. But here there is no pollution, clean energy. And here in the system, CO2-based system is very compact system. So smaller footprint due to high energy density. So CO2 Brayton cycle, if I talk here. Then lesser construction material required. Because this system is small, and you can say power to weight ratio. So when we talk about power to weight ratio, it's very useful for aircraft and maybe warships, where you need very less space. So power to weight ratio, if it is very high, then that would be very much suitable for aircraft, spacecraft, or warships also. Warships, we need to carry missiles, not to means warheads, not the so engine should be smaller and more powerful. So that's the reason in the warships also, most of the power boats, warships, we use gas turbine. Gas turbine has very high power to weight ratio. Power to volume ratio also you can say, power to weight ratio. So here if you replace normal air-based system to carbon dioxide-based system, it will give you very high efficiency. So you can reduce further the size of the power plant. Okay. Higher overall efficiency. This is very important when we should talk. Higher overall efficiency. So 27%. Yeah. What is this actually? When we talk about solar system, see, normal solar collector, thermal collector efficiency, if you talk, it is around 50-60% in this range. And for power plant, if you talk, generally steam power plant, if you want, then efficiency will be very low. But if it is normal heating system, water heating system, it will go around 60 to 70 also. But okay, if you take even 50% and your gas turbine efficiency, normal turbine efficiency or any power plant, if you take, generally efficiency will be 30%. So 30% you are getting, and first is 50% already reduction. So overall, if you do, so 50% of 30%, it will be around 15% total overall. So 15% of efficiency will be able to provide. But now the thing is, people will compare why you need that big power plant, big space, and all things. You are getting 15% better. Will directly convert solar energy using photovoltaic cell, and we'll get around 15% there also. Now the this thing I mentioned here, photovoltaic cell efficiency is around this 15 to 18%. What photovoltaic cell we use, its efficiency is very low. Earlier it was 8%, 10% in that. Slowly it is improving, but presently now, if you don't consider that NASA and the space related what the equipment they use, photovoltaic cell, that has high efficiency, 25 per 20 to 25 in that range. But normal but that is very costly, and what we use that has generally this is 15%, 18% efficiency. If you use carbon dioxide, what we are getting here, we get around 45 to 50% efficiency. In place of 30%, what we are talking about gas turbine efficiency. So here we are getting very high efficiency in the case of carbon dioxide. So this 45% efficiency, and this you multiply with the 60% of, here 60% this efficiency also will improve in the case of carbon dioxide. Okay, so this concentrated solar plate, CSP, okay. So concentrated solar plate, this efficiency is a 60% and 45. If you multiply, you are getting 27%. So if you compare with the 18% if you take, you are getting 50% higher than photovoltaic cell. Okay, 50% higher if you say 18 to 27. So this is the big advantage here. What we are getting, supercritical temperature of water is 374 degrees Celsius and 221 bar, is higher as compared to carbon dioxide. If you take carbon dioxide, temperature is very low, 31.1 degrees Celsius, 73.7 bar, leading to high heat loss in system cycle, mainly with CSP. If you are using CSP, concentrated solar plate, then your temperature, operating temperature, that will decide what would be your efficiency. So if you are working, operating temperature is very high, losses will be more and efficiency will be less. What we are considering here, 60%, this you won't get. At higher temperature, losses will be more in the solar collector. Because if you use water, 374 and 221 bar, the critical temperature. One can say why we need critical temperature. We can do it 100 degrees Celsius, water will boil, but 100 degrees Celsius, pressure will be 1 bar only. So you will not get much power output. The thing is, other reason is if you use critical boiler, critical, you might have heard, critical power plant, critical boiler, we say, in the steam power plant I'm talking. So critical boiler nowadays coming in the power plant field. So steam power plant, mainly NTPC. There are other plants, Adani's and all. So the people are using now drumless boiler, that is critical boiler, supercritical boiler. So drum not required in that. Drumless boiler. And supercritical condition, if you are operating any fluid you take, I'm not telling you take CO2, any fluid if you take, you will get very high efficiency. The fluid property is very good there. So that is one reason. So supercritical, if you are getting very high efficiency, which fluid you should take? Any fluid you can take, but water if you take, if you take water, you need to go up to 374 degrees Celsius and 221 bar, very high pressure, and high pressure operating any fluid, any system. is very, very risky. So in that place, if you replace this water with carbon dioxide, you need only 31 degrees Celsius. You can see here, atmospheric temperature. And pressure also 1/3 of that, almost. Okay, less than 1/3. So 73 or 78, 74 bar. So this is very good, very advantageous. And carbon dioxide, what we are using in this, this carbon dioxide already there in the atmosphere. If you use that atmospheric carbon dioxide in a system, it will reduce the carbon dioxide percentage in atmosphere. So that is also, you can say, recycling of carbon dioxide. Now, most suited with CSP, nuclear reactor, waste heat recovery system to utilize low-grade energy. So this carbon dioxide is most suited. I think this is clear. Next, we go. Now, carbon dioxide properties we will see. Suitability of carbon dioxide as a working fluid. This has very low viscosity. You can say why we need this. Any fluid flow system, any system if you consider anywhere in the fluid flow, we always need low viscosity, low friction, right? Low friction means you need less pumping power. Your requirement will be less. So this is very good property here, low viscosity. How much low? I will show you in the next slide. How much low with the water? High coefficient of thermal expansion. Coefficient of thermal expansion, it is very important property in the case of natural convection. If you are heating and that volume, how much volume it is expanding, based on that there will be flow. Natural convection will set up. So that is important in the case of natural convection, very much important. Non-flammable, you know, there's no risk in this. If you use other refrigerant like propane, butane, that type of things, then there's a flammable. It is not flammable, it is not normal. It will extinguish the fire actually. Okay, so it will suppress the fire. So this is also another advantage. Non-toxic, yeah, this is important. People say the CO2 is toxic type. Means if you consume more carbon dioxide, like sometimes you say if you take more cold drinks and all, it is difficult then. What happens actually? It is actually non-toxic, but it will replace oxygen. If you take on consuming, means inhaling oxygen that much amount, there won't be problem. But if you inhale CO2, what will happen? Your oxygen, because this is heavier than oxygen, it will replace oxygen in your body. Then there will be a problem. Okay. Otherwise, this is non-toxic. Ozone depletion potential is 0. If you compare with the other any refrigerant, if you consider, that is very high. Means ozone depletion around 1. So 1.2. What anything ozone depletion potential. Even small ozone depletion potential is not acceptable. Okay, Montreal Protocol. If you follow the Montreal Protocol, it is not allowed. We cannot use more than 0. Means it should be 0. We cannot use any ozone depleting refrigerant or fluid. GW, global warming potential. Global warming potential is 1 here. You may be knowing this, okay, carbon dioxide is creating the global warming. It is not in that way. The percentage of carbon dioxide is more, that is one thing. Actually, if you use any refrigerant, if I tell you R134, R12, different refrigerants are there. This refrigerant has a global warming potential in order of 1,000, 1,300, 1,400, R22 or 12, if you take 7,600, you'll get. So in that range they have. So they have. So in this 1,000, here it is 1 only. Okay, so this is, if you compare, this is nothing. And what we are doing, we are not producing carbon dioxide. We are using the carbon dioxide what is there in the atmosphere. Okay, so these things also it will not matter because we are already using that. Means we are using from the atmosphere, the industry or the producing carbon dioxide. With that we are consuming here. We are using in this system. Okay, it's a temperature as I explained also earlier. This earlier slide. 31 degrees Celsius and 73.7 bar, very low pressure and temperature, we can reach a critical point or beyond critical point very easily. Okay, operating condition near critical point, you can see the last one, offers certain advantage compared to other working conditions. This is for all fluids. Okay, so these are the advantage of carbon dioxide. I hope the audience is understanding this. You can stop me in between also if you want to ask me, if you have doubts. Now this is phase diagram of carbon dioxide. This PT diagram, phase diagram. So this is critical point here, you can see. Then after this, higher pressure and higher temperature, both should be above the critical point. Then only you can say this is supercritical region. So from here it is higher, this side will be higher pressure, and from here you can say this side higher temperature. Then this is the supercritical zone. Okay, this zone. So supercritical above the critical point. What is supercritical point? If you draw this in a T theta diagram, TS diagram. So this point you can see. You draw here pressure lines will be different pressure lines. You draw like this. You draw here, it will come like this. This point is the critical point. So above this temperature and pressure, it will be critical, supercritical fluid. That will okay. So now this is what is ultra supercritical. Actually, in this ultra supercritical, if you go, you will get better efficiency, and it is easy to go. You when here you can go ultra supercritical very easily, and you compare with water, it will be very difficult to go to that much high pressure. So generally, in some people, 1.5 times a higher pressure. Higher pressure means to say this critical pressure. And this also 2 times higher critical temperature. If you take that, will go to the ultra supercritical. Okay. This may vary this criteria. Some paper has used this criteria. Now, just I want to show how much better means if you compare with water, what is the properties here? As I told, this is much better fluid. Then if I compare at normal temperature, I am taking and normal temperature. Now, normal temperature mean to say there are 2-3 temperatures you have taken. Like for this temperature, even you can different temperature. This is just like 50 degrees Celsius, 40 degrees Celsius. In this range, what would be the properties? So properties, if you talk in that in the low normal temperature range, for maybe this will be more suitable for water heating system, and this will be suitable even in the gas turbine at inlet to the compressor. When you are using compressor, they are compressing the carbon dioxide, or if you are using the water somewhere in the steam turbine, then feed water pump. Okay, feed water pump where we use, in that will be the liquid water. So in that case, if you compare, just you think here, what would be the main part is what? Pressure drop, the viscosity, friction, you can say. So this friction indicates, these 2 lines I've used, both are same actually, just one by that, okay? Just to get the number I put here. So if you see this, water has 14 times higher viscosity than carbon dioxide. If you, this is for liquid case, 283 Kelvin is 10 degrees Celsius, liquid case 14 times higher. So your pressure drop will increase in that way. If you talk to supercritical side, what CO2, if you consider 90 bar CO2, 313 Kelvin. Here, if you take 90 bar water, you can ask why you are not taking same pressure. Water 60 bar also it will give same result. Okay, because it is incompressible fluid, water it won't affect the pressure. Okay, so this your 60 bar also you can say this is 60 bar. This will be the same result. Okay, 90 bar. Here also you can say 90 bar. So it will be same. Very minor changes will be there. 18.6 it may become 18. That's the thing. So this you can see 18 times higher you are getting. And here in the it's slightly higher temperature, 50 degrees Celsius, which is most common for water heating system, that is around 23. So this is one thing. Another thing is if you use water heater, there you need natural convection, right? Generally we use natural convection because who will use pump? Again, that pump requires electrical power. So if you use that this CO2 based system for water heating, then beta is very important. Volumetric expansion coefficient is very important. So based on that only there will be buoyancy force and flow will set up. So flow will take place due to that. So buoyancy driven flow, this is called. So here you can see how much beta is at CO2, 100 times higher. So flow rate will be very high in the case of carbon dioxide. Water won't flow also. If you are giving less heat input, water won't flow. Here you can see 6 times if you go to the supercritical side. This is liquid side. This is supercritical side. This is supercritical. In supercritical also, there is a different temperature. If you go in that supercritical, if you're talking, if you go to pseudo-critical, there is a pseudo-critical point. At a different pressure after critical point, at a different pressure, there is a one point where you will get very high specific heat value. High specific heat value means specific heat will change the sign actually. That graph will change the sign. This graph will be, if you draw Cp versus temperature here, if you take, it will go like this and it will come like this. So somewhere you'll get peak and it will change. That is called pseudo critical point. So if you are operating system at near to pseudo critical point, you are going to get very high efficiency. Okay, heat transfer coefficient and all. So this is near to pseudo critical point. Higher than pseudo critical point if you go, then also it will be maybe here like this. So beta also will change like this, Cp as Cp. But this pseudo critical point is defined based on Cp. Okay, so this beta is here, you can say slightly less. So this is the advantage of carbon dioxide with the water compared to water. Now I'll talk about this forced circulation loop and natural circulation loop. Okay, there are two types of heat transfer loop. Forced circulation, where we need pump compressors, okay, to drive the flow. Where in natural circulation loop, we don't need these things. This is a very simple system. It will flow. The flow will take place with the buoyancy. Okay, so this is also called buoyancy driven flow. So how it works, this is, you can say this is a flat plate collector here. Solar radiation is falling on this, and here tubes are there. Different tubes will be there, and this fluid will get heated and it will come here. And here you can say this is the heat exchanger, your water tank. Then hot water you can take out, and from here again this CO2 inside CO2 will come here, and we are using pump to do this. Pump will be will make the system faster. Okay. Here in NCL, what we do, we don't use any pump. What will happen here, how the flow will take place? Here, this fluid is getting heated, okay? And this will start, as you heat this, volume will increase and it will start flow, okay, flowing. So this side, it will start flowing. It will go like this. And when it will get cooled here in the heat exchanger, there is actually, this is not mixing type. There will be heat exchanger, okay? Here also, heat exchanger is there inside. So it will get cooled. Indirect cooling is there, indirect type exchanger, not mixing type. and it will come automatically, it will become heavier and it will come down. Okay, after cooling, CO2 will become heavier, density will increase and it will go down. And here density will reduce and it will move up. This is the thing. So here, like this, it will set up. Here you are using pump. Another thing also you will get here the support of buoyancy, because you are hitting it, it will automatically move this way. If you want to reverse the direction, you need to supply more pumping power. Okay. So here both things are there, natural and forced. Here only natural. Now I'll just talk a little bit about the natural circulation results here first, and where we use it. Application of natural circulation loop is in thermal power plants, where this you can see this boiler part. This is the boiler section. In this there is a boiler, means it consists of furnace, boiler drum. Okay, so this here you are burning fuels. This is you can see that heat, it is getting heated. Thermal power plants, what happens this point actually, what we do here, feed water heater, you can see here, feed water heater. Okay, we are sending fluid, liquid water. It is coming from the cooling tower. Okay, there will be condenser, then after the turbine there will be condenser, then condenser. That condenser water that will get into, say, in the condenser, you can say from the condenser it is coming out, not from the cooling tower, because the cooling tower, then again that hot water it goes. So here from condenser this feed water it is coming, and after this here what happens, here circulation takes place naturally. Here if you want to circulate in a furnace, it will require very huge power consumption is huge here. So we do only natural convection, this portion. So this part, there's here main application is thermal power plant and nuclear power generators. Now this research is mainly going on for nuclear power plant. Why? The reason is nuclear power plant, you know, with some accident happened in Japan, many places, the Japan, US, Chernobyl. So that what happened there, nuclear reactor is working, sometimes some earthquake came and your cooling system got failed. Some cooling system failure mean to say there is a electricity failure or something happened and there is something failed. Then what will happen? Your forced circulation loop cooling system will not work. That is because the active system. So if power failure, something happened, then what will happen? There won't be cooling. So for nuclear power plants, we need natural circulation loop, because if the power goes off, power failure, anything, but this will keep on cooling. This is not going to fail. So that's a very important, and this is preferred for the safety point of view. Where the safety is foremost concern, we use this natural circulation loop. It's very important. And there's an electronic cooling system, refrigeration, air conditioning, geothermal. These are the normal things. Okay, there's a heating system, cooling system, and this system is compact. That's why. So electronic cooling system also people are proposing, like data center cooling, using this CO2 based system. People use water based system, chilled. This in between there is a disturbance. This always comes and joins. That beep sound we cannot manage with this. This cannot be reduced.
Sir, yes, sir. This sound we cannot manage, sir.
Okay, but this thing won't be there in MS Team, Google Meet. This type of sound won't come directly. Will join. Okay, no problem. So this is one power plant, another is heat transfer, and this is natural circulation I'm talking. Okay, this is this is solar collector part. How it will take place here? There is a tubes, collected tubes in that, and there is a heating here, and after heating this will come like this, and there is a water heater tank here, And if it is, see, the problem is here, if you use carbon dioxide, you need here indirect system, okay? If you use direct water, you don't need that. Directly water will get mixed, and from the below cold water you can take again. There is extra heat exchanger you need here. That is one problem in the CO2 based system. Okay. This one, natural circulation loop, we have done experimental study. We have done a lot of CFD analysis, and very few are able to do this experimental study in the world. Very few paper we get on experimental analysis, experimental studies. The reason is because due to the risk involved to carry out experiment at high pressure, people are not doing experimental studies. Very less. One is in BARC, BARC. I've done some experiment. We have done experiment here, and when I was at Kharagpur, also did their experiment. At supercritical region, supercritical range, it is very difficult because the explosion energy is high, because it's a gas, not the liquid. Okay, so this experiment we have done here at NIT, one of my former student, Swami, he has done, and we have published in Nature Scientific Reports. So this is very simple system we have taken. Simple mean to say there is a pipe. I'm drawing here. You can say this is type of pipe you bend, and here you join welding, and this pipe is, if I draw this way. This is a pipe, and here you are supplying heating here. Okay. And this side you are cooling it like this. This side you have one heat exchanger, you are cooling it. Two heat exchanger I put. One is here, hot heat exchanger, here cold heat exchanger. So like this simple system I have taken to compare water and CO2. Okay, if you put water inside, or what would be the heat transfer coefficient, heat transfer rate, and if you put CO2 at different pressure, different temperature, what would be the effect? So that way we have done this comparison, and we compared water and CO2. Water also we have used this system for refrigeration purpose also. Minus 50 degrees Celsius we have used, and minus 15 you cannot use water. We have used brine here. So if it is lower temperature, lower than 5, we have used brine, and above temperature 5 to 50 degrees, 60 degrees Celsius, we used water. So this comparison, I'll show you how very interesting results we have got. So this is very simple system. You are heating here one side, then the fluid inside will get heated and it will start moving. Any direction it can move. It will move, and it will come like this. And once the direction is set up, then it will be in the same direction. And this direction of also this direction what I'm talking, this is also a big problem in supercritical loop. Supercritical mean to say it is not in this system we are using both side heat exchanger. If you use one side heat flux as a boundary condition, okay, another side is heat exchanger, then the system will become unstable. Means that depends on the pressure and temperature operating condition. So in that case, instability study is also very much important. But here in this case, where we use both side heat exchanger, this system is almost stable. Okay, so that issue is not there in this. Okay, let us see what are the results. Results what we found here: subcritical vapor and supercritical liquid. Subcritical liquid. Supercritical is in the next one. If you see this results, heat transfer rate, both sides we are keeping. If I go back, this heat exchanger temperature and this heat exchanger temperature, inlet temperature, we have kept same. Outside with this heat exchanger, we are using some coolant in cold heat exchanger, like water we can supply, and here hot water we supply. So this temperature we maintain almost same in the case of CO2 and water. Inside loop fluid, and heat exchanger outside fluid, anything you can use, water, or if you go negative, then we have used methanol here. So inside fluid CO2 or water, that performance we want to find out. Outside fluid does not matter because the temperature should be same. That's the thing. So inlet here and here, but both the cases we have used the same fluid, okay, same temperature. Then we compared if you are putting the same condition here, heat exchanger temperature, what would be the inside that flow rate and heat transfer rate, okay. So that we have compared here, we have found what would be the heat transfer rate if you are putting the same temperature. We have got same temperature difference I am talking here, TH minus TC. Cold heat exchanger and hot heat exchanger temperature difference. If you are keeping same 18 degree, if you are keeping difference, then you are getting this here. You can see. So this is for water. How much you are getting? Around 100 watt. So yeah, 100 watt the heat transfer rate, and you can see here it's 70 watt. It is around 400. So around 4 times higher. 400% improvement means 4 times higher heat transfer rate you are getting. It means your system, power plant, or that boiler part, if you talk in the steam turbine side, it will reduce to the 1/4 size. Here, if you take subcritical liquid, it is around 5 times lower. 5 times higher improvement you are getting in the case of CO2 compared to water. This is the what we have done the experiment, 70 bar. Then we have also done supercritical. Supercritical, if you use very high pressure, it is very risky to do 90 bar experiment. We have done 8 times higher. You can see that 8 times higher. Generally, if you do heat transfer experiment, fins or anything, if you are using what we do 20%, 30% improvement. Here 800% improvement we are getting in heat transfer rate. So this is very attractive. Two-phase, if you use it, this is a very, very risky experiment, two-phase experiment, because we are working below the atmospheric temperature. If your system is working, suddenly power goes off and your cooling will stop, this system will blast. Okay, it will damage the people also. So it is, but two-phase system, you have to design accordingly. If you design it at very high pressure, that tube thickness should be very high. We use SS316 stainless steel is used, not copper. So 9 times higher improvement in heat transfer rate we are getting in the case of two-phase flow. So these are the experimental data. So people will believe if you do experiment. If you do that CFD analysis, may not believe that this much high we are getting. So initially I got in CFD, I thought maybe something error or something coming, but when we did experiment, we have got this. Okay, so that's why this we published in this Nature. Okay, now we'll go to the next, solar collector. What is the main topic here? So why I gave this background, how to use this, why we use CO2, the reason. Now these solar collectors, flat plate evacuated tube, this thing we have fabricated here at NITK. This is taken just from the internet, solar water heater. This is CO2 based system. So these pipes, you can see these pipes, very SS pipe and very strong pipe. Okay, inside also there are pipes. You can see these tubes. Okay. Okay, so these are normal solar collector. One is flat plate, evacuated tube, solar collector. I think these are basic part. This is parabolic trough and this type. This is parabolic trough. This way, and this is a dish type for very high temperature. So these all four why I have shown here, because operating temperature range is different. These two are concentrated type. Okay, concentrated solar collector. So in that you can get actually concentration means this full area, you can see this area is concentrating, this reflection is going here only this much. So that much area ratio you can find out. So that much times higher energy input you are getting. So you will get higher temperature here also. Now the disadvantage, this thing, let us talk about solar collector temperature range. Yeah. So as you go, you can get higher temperature, but there is a disadvantage also in that. So okay, first let us see what is the general temperature we use for flat plate. If you use, so you will get around 80 degrees Celsius. Some papers will get, this is just I have put in the order of 80 degree in this range. It may go slightly higher or lower also. Evacuated tube is 180, parabolic trough 400, dish type 900. So generally, if you talk about the power plant, water-based power plant, then we use dish type. So we'll get 600 degrees Celsius, and we will operate in that 500, 600 range. As temperature increases, efficiency of collector decreases due to more heat loss to the surroundings. Okay, so this is the problem here. If you want to operate at higher temperature, then this you can see the results here. If you operate at higher temperature, your efficiency will drop. So you can see this average temperature above ambient. You go on increasing the temperature of collector, then your efficiency, collector efficiency will drop. You can see the drop in initially here, you can see around more than 70, 72. And here what you are getting here around, yeah, around less than 60. Okay. At this, if you go 400 and above, it is very less. This side you are coming. And if you are using this type means very high temperature, then it will get around 55 in that range. That depends again on the what type of fluid you are using in that. It is water, liquid, or what, air. Okay. So this thing, if you keep it in mind, you should not go a water-based system because it will require very high temperature. So for this, use the CO2 based system is very much suitable. If you use CO2 based system, it will be working near 100 degrees Celsius in this range, and you will get very high efficiency here, 70%. And if you keep that 70 into 45, you are getting around 33, 32 degrees percentage efficiency, overall efficiency. You get that 70%. Okay, now I'll talk about supercritical CO2 based gas turbine power plant with concentrated solar collector. Concentrated means we will not use this type, not required, because the temperature requirement is low here. So we can use trough collector, parabolic trough collector. We'll see the disadvantage of water-based solar thermal power plants. So earlier, some places people were using this solar thermal power plants. Okay, lower capacity, small capacity plant. Here, what are the disadvantages? High temperature requirement to generate steam. Okay, efficiency of solar collector will reduce at higher temperature. This is the one disadvantage is explained in earlier slides. Due to that, you will get low efficiency. Another thing is very difficult to achieve supercritical stage to obtain better efficiency. Use any plant, as I told, in supercritical zone, you will get higher efficiency. So here in the case of water, you cannot achieve that using concentrated collector. You cannot mean to say you need to operate at very high pressure and temperature and there will be losses. That's the thing. Now, this is given already. Large size due to high specific volume of estimate LP turbine. What we use here, no, LP turbine, low pressure turbine, generally 8 kPa pressure, 8 kilopascal. So, because the atmospheric temperature, atmospheric water, ambient, what is the water available, that we use in condenser to cool it. So that's why we use that low pressure, and low pressure will be very high volume flow rate. Due to that, your size will be very big. Here in the case of CO2, this size is small because we are using it higher pressure. Suction and discharge both will be at higher pressure. suction discharge matrices in the compressor you talk, even in the turbine. It will be at higher pressure and density will be high. So that is the reason here we will get a lower specific volume. Okay, so compact, very compact. The size will be very compact. This is the schematic of our generation system, gas turbine based system here. I am showing here. So what is this? This you can say this trough collector, this side, this one, trough collector. After heating the CO2 inside, what will happen? This is a hot CO2. It is coming here. You can go directly through this way. Okay. If you close this, then it will come to the turbine. Hot CO2 is coming into the turbine, and here the turbine is get some power. Here you'll get from the turbine. Then this power, after that, this CO2 will get cooled, means you can say lower temperature and pressure both. But this pressure, as I'm telling you, it is not like water vapor pressure. It is here around, it will be 80-90 bar. It will operate in supercritical. Suction side also supercritical. So complete system is in supercritical. It is not transcritical refrigeration system. What maybe you are maybe knowing that. So that is, this is complete zone is in supercritical. Okay. So here temperature also will be in supercritical range, and it is coming through the regenerator. Then here in the compressor, after cooling system something you can use, then it is coming to the compressor. Here also this place, it will not go below critical point. The temperature will be around 40 degrees Celsius and 90 bar pressure. Okay, then you can go again increasing the air pressure, and it will go maybe 200 bar to 200 bar pressure in that range. So only 2 times pressure ratio is very low. 2 times only RP is 2. If you talk pressure ratio in steam turbine or pressure ratio in gas turbine, steam turbine is a huge pressure ratio because 140 bar subcritical pressure, subcritical turbine. If you talk subcritical power plant, generally it works pressure 160 kg per centimeter square. So 160 kg to 0.08. Okay, so that much 0.08 bar means a very vacuum 8 kilopascal. So that ratio, if you take, that is very huge. So the specific volume at inlet or exit of the turbine, you can say inlet to the condenser, is very huge. So big system you need there. But let us not compare with that because we are talking about gas turbine. If you talk about the gas turbine, is air-based system. In that also generally pressure ratio in the compressor turbine is around 8 bar. Sorry, 8 times. Okay, so here it is only 2 times. So power consumption in the compressor will be less, but it is not only the compressor will be less, but turbine also will get in that ratio. It will be less. Okay. Now another thing is, first let me explain this schematic of this. So compressor, it is going here first, as I told, it is coming from the turbine, then it's going through the regenerator, and regenerator to the one cooling system, then it's going to the compressor. After compressor, there will be increase in pressure, even in temperature also. This is going through the regenerator. Regenerator, what will happen? There will be heat exchange to the streams. Okay, so this here, what will happen? This whatever is coming here, this will gain heat, and this part, what is coming from this side, this will lose heat. If it is losing heat and going to the compressor, lower temperature, you will be able to save work, right? Compressor, if you draw the PV diagram, that you can, if you are cooling it, then it will, your requirement, because the volume you are reducing here, and compressor power depends on the volume flow rate. So that volume is reducing means your power consumption in the compressor will reduce. Okay, so that's why we use a regenerator. And this thing is getting cooled, this stream, but this stream is getting heated. This is getting heated, it is better because we are sending it to the collector and going here, coming here to the collector to get heat, right? So here extra addition will be there in the regenerator, then going to the solar. So you need lesser area of the solar collector. If you are using regenerator, then it will come from this way. Now this part I'll talk. After this is coming here. Now if you use this, if there is a cloudy day or night time, you can use thermal storage, some different types of salt you can use here as a phase change material. You can use here at higher temperature. And external heating system, like if you have biogas, biomass type of plant, with that also you can use external heating system. Then you can take this side. Okay, this will come from this way. This valve you can open. Okay, so when it is there is a surplus, also it will go to this side for in the thermal storage system. If it is if it is a deficit, then also it will go and it will gain heat and it will come through this way. Okay, if you can bypass, you can bypass also. If you are getting sufficient amount of heat, directly you can get from here also. So this is the system how the gas turbine works, solar-based gas turbine power plant. I have done just a basic calculation here. This is the thermodynamic analysis, okay? So if you do thermodynamic analysis with some assumptions, what I have done, same pressure I have considered compressor discharge pressure, okay? And it also same pressure, 90 bar suction pressure of the compressor. Temperature same, turbine temperature assumed 300 degrees Celsius. Only what I have changed, fluid I changed. One is air, what is the conventional fluid for gas turbine, and another is I have used carbon dioxide here. At higher pressure actually. Conventional fluid here is it 1 to 10 bar in that range, 1 atmospheric pressure to 10 atmospheric pressure or 8 atmospheric pressure in that range. But here what I have done at higher pressure, how this air will behave and how this CO2 will behave. Both we kept at higher pressure, same pressure. Earlier problem was CO2 we are comparing with water, and water we were keeping low pressure. But as I explained also, higher pressure also it will give same result. Here we are keeping the same pressure for both. Just you see this, just change the fluid, okay? Just change the fluid and operating with some condition here. Same condition for both. We are seeing now the thermal efficiency, how much change you can see. You can see here. 45% we are getting in the case of carbon dioxide and air 32%. You can say this is fluid, no? What this is in the gaseous form. What is the problem in that? It should come same pressure, same efficiency. It is not actually. The reason is when you are choosing this condition is very simple. It's the normal condition. You can say 35 degrees Celsius, not the 300 degrees Celsius. Only pressure I am changing. This 90 bar when you are going, 90 bar is the supercritical or critical zone of CO2. We are not operating, this operating condition is favorable for CO2, not for air. Okay. Air, if you go supercritical, then it will be very high. It will be different, okay? Air will be different temperature and pressure. So actually, it is not high, I should say low. I mean, for air, the temperature pressure would be low. And what air we are using, that is already in you can say the very superheated form, gaseous form, and it is not close to the critical point. Okay, if you use close to the critical point, then what is the condition we are getting, pseudo critical point, those things will be more favorable. And we have to see that what is the condition of air, pressure and temperature. Okay, so we are using here now, this is more favorable for CO2 and we are getting this condition. Favorable for CO2 or air is not our issue. Our issue is what temperature we can provide. Okay, so 35 degrees Celsius or 40 degrees Celsius compressor temperature we can provide, because we have to cool this after coming from the turbine. How you will cool it? You'll cool either you will use air or water. Water temperature is what? Around 30 degrees Celsius. Air temperature is in the 35 degrees Celsius, in that range. So if you cool using this, you will get the 35-40 degrees Celsius output. Okay, so this based on the possible operating condition what we can provide, I have put that same condition here and found thermal efficiency. We are getting very high thermal efficiency in the case of carbon dioxide. But one is very important question is, what about pressure drop? Because pressure drop type of things we don't get from the thermodynamic analysis. We have to do CFD analysis. So CFD analysis you want to do, there you will get the pressure drop. Okay, if you do the CFD analysis, done a little bit, and you see this here, heat transfer coefficient in CO2 is 37% higher than air we are getting. Okay, as you can see. And other thing is what we have used here, I've used same velocity in both the case, air and CO2. Same pressure, same temperature, same velocity. So this thing we have used, actually so based on the velocity, if you calculate this different velocity, have used here. It is coming like this, and pressure drop is slightly higher in case of CO2. You can see this is CO2, this is air. This thing is actually when we find power output, how we find? We find based on the per kg, how much flow rate is there, power output or kilowatt or kilojoule per kg of fluid. So per kg we put here, but here what we have done now, we have done velocity constant, we have taken same velocity for both the cases. If you keep same velocity for both the cases, what happens actually, here flow rate in the case of CO2 is very high, mass flow rate, because the density is high. Density, if you compare this density of CO2, 164 kg per meter cube, air density is 90, almost half. You will see here, and if you go to the different temperature and temperature and temperature, 35 degrees Celsius, it is the compressor inlet, then you can see 6 times higher density you are getting in CO2 case. So the thing is, what I want to say, 6 times more power output you will get with the same setup here in the case of CO2. That much bigger means a smaller system you need to fabricate, you need to design. So for a carbon dioxide based system, you can see that 6 times higher flow rate is there, then this much only pressure drop is happening. This is not for per kg. Okay, so 6 times higher pressure, higher flow rate. You can see this is very small gap here. If you do here mass flow rate, I think that will be better. We can do that also. You will get that it is much lower. That pressure drop will be very low in the case of carbon dioxide. Okay, so 6 times higher density compressor here, you can see inlet. This will reduce the compressor power. This is very good thing. Why this thing we get very low, very high efficiency in the case of carbon dioxide? The reason is the density at the inlet to the compressor. Inlet to the compressor density is very high. Okay, so volume will be less. Specific volume will be less. Okay, so VDP, V delta P. If you say V delta P is same. V is less. What is the work output in the compressor or turbine? VDP minus VDP. So V into delta P it's coming. Delta P is same. V you can say V will be varying, but if you say take the average, V is very small, 6 times lower in the case of CO2. So it acts like a liquid, 600 kg per meter cube. It is like liquid, and liquid you can say it is like a pump you are using, and pump power, with the compared to compressor is negligible. So pump power here is 6 times less. You can say it is acting as a pump, this compressor. That is the advantage actually. Why we are getting low, higher efficiency in the case of CO2. The reason is what? Compressor power input requirement is very less, and what we are getting in turbine, it may be same. So due to compressor power input is less, we get higher efficiency. That is the main reason. This system is the first, I don't know the first or not, but it is proposed in by the Sandia National Laboratory, US, and this is taken from their website, this image, and they are claiming this efficiency is 50%. I claimed 45%. That depends on the different operating parameters, operating condition. You may get, sorry, you may get different. So this way they are claiming that this is 50%. Okay. Here you can see this is behaving like it is critical line, critical temperature here, critical. If you draw this, this will come, dome will come like this. So here pressure, it will behave like a liquid, and this compressor will electrolyze as a pump. So challenges in development of supercritical CO2 plant. Actually, this thing we tried with the BHEL. This design is very difficult. The reason is why one thing is that whatever the operating gas turbine we have in the world, normal gas turbine, it works at 10 bar pressure around. Okay, 1 to 8, 1 to 10, that is the pressure ratio. So it will be around 10-15 bar in that range. We are here doing for 200 bar pressure. You can see that 20 times higher pressure design is very, very difficult. But if you talk about the steam power plant, we operate it around, is a normal subcritical boiler. If you talk in that turbine, 160 bar, 170 bar, and critical boiler also there, so 221 bar. So the pressure operating pressure is around more than 200 bar. We have already designed that steam power plant, steam turbine. So that technology and this technology, both together we have to work, and you have to use and design the sealant, and many things are there, not only sealant, because there will be leakage, sealing that leakage, the design. So these things are very critical. It's not easy to design. Your full body part of the turbine, casing, all things should be very strong enough to sustain that pressure. Okay. So this is the challenges. There are many things in that. Sealing system design, dynamic behavior of CO2 loop, because this is the new system, materials, suitability of the materials, leakage at a high temperature and pressure. No design guidelines is available, so that we have to do that even in the heat exchange design, turbine, compressor. Correlation of heat transfer coefficient need to be established with CFD type of things. Control instrumentation of CO2 plant. These all things are new, but it will be a very very good emerging technology, you can say. We could able to develop it. Okay, so these are the application of CO2, supercritical CO2 technology, gas turbine, submarines, nuclear submarines, nuclear power plant industries. Okay, solar collectors. These are the conclusion. What I want, I can, if you take 5 minutes break, we can come to the next one. Next is again, it will take maybe 20 minutes. Or shall I finish it up to 4 o'clock? Maybe, yeah, I can finish that also. So this is
You can finish, sir.
Okay, can finish it. So this is the conclusion of the first part. New emerging technology based on supercritical carbon dioxide with CSP, concentrated solar plate, as a heating source is a promising technology for sustainable development. This system is eco-friendly and having very low running or operating cost. If you are using if you are using solar system, there won't be running cost. Running cost mean to say there won't be fuel consumption, those type of things. There will be running means maintenance cost, those things of the turbine and the system. Various challenges in developing this. Okay, so initial cost will be more. So this much high efficiency we are getting here. Actually, free of cost, no, this is using, but free of cost we should not say. But if you compare 18% in the case of photovoltaic, here we are getting 27%. This is very huge jump. Okay, so this is the one part. Now, what I want, it is just give me 2 minutes otherwise. Okay, we'll start again. CO2 as a working fluid, call is coming just. CO2 as a working fluid in solar thermal collector. Okay, this is natural circulation. What I was talking earlier, that gas turbine system is a full circulation. We are using compressor there. Here there won't be compressor or pump. Okay, just. Okay, welcome back. We'll start. Just got a call, so I thought we'll respond. Okay. So solar water heater. You can hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. So CO2 as a working fluid in solar thermal collector. Normal solar water heater, many people use this, and this is a domestic use, domestic application, and this is a very common thing. So I'll talk about that solar water heater system where it gets failed or there's a less efficient. If you talk about this application in winter season or cold weather condition, if you go to the Jammu side, Jammu Kashmir, Himachal, that area, or other cold countries, their efficiency is low. Low efficiency means the reason is solar water heating system is inefficient during winter due to the chances of water freezing and higher viscosity due to low temperatures. Okay. If it is sub-zero temperature is going in the winter time, then there will be freezing. Okay. Inside the collector, because that collector part is open to the sky. Okay. And due to that, there is chances of freezing inside the collector. Other thing is you cannot insulate that collector part. Tank you can insulate, tank part it won't freeze, but here there is a chance of freezing. So what we can do here, that is one thing reason. Another reason is if it is even low temperature, not freezing, 5 degrees Celsius water is there. The morning when the sun rises, then that solar radiation will fall on that, and it will slowly gain energy that your water at higher viscous means 5 degrees Celsius. At 5 degrees Celsius viscosity so high, it won't start moving actually. Convection will not start. Okay, so that is another thing. If it is other fluid, it will same time it will start like carbon dioxide. Because the viscosity is high, that won't start. So that is the disadvantage. So we will, this solution is there with the carbon dioxide. We'll talk on this. Okay, so this system I have already shown earlier. It's the same one. Okay, carbon dioxide based flat plate collector. And this is the CFD analysis. Yeah, this CFD analysis we have done for natural convection. Natural circulation loop, we say generally. Here it is solar collector, you can see here, and here heat exchanger. This water is coming from one side and going outside. So that is a heating, cooling water or water for the use of domestic use. Okay. So here you can say this. This is coming in. This from the heat exchanger. It is coming out and going like this. And here it is getting heated and it will move up. Different cells are there and it will go like this. Inside there is a there is heat exchanger inside. Okay. So this type of things is there, and water you can say this is the water inlet outlet will be there on this side, water. So this is a small tank, 30-liter tank. Let us see the CFD analysis I will show here. Some data we have taken here, heat flux to the collector. Collector we have assumed 400 to 1000. 1000 somewhere you may get it because the maximum is 1300. So 1300 getting on Earth is very difficult due to cloud and all. So we have taken 1000 watt per meter square solar radiation. This much heat we have given to the fluid on the tube. 400, 600, 800, 1000. This different range I have taken. And water flow rate in heat exchanger, like that tank. A very small water flow rate we have considered here because only one tube we are putting there for CFD analysis. Land pressure 50, 60, 70 bar and 80, 90, 100 bar. Two subcritical range also we have taken liquid and vapor 50, 60, 70 liquid and vapor both will be there in this. Liquid vapor how it will be means we have to operate at different temperature. Okay, pressure same. And different temperature what we have used, one is for liquid 278 Kelvin 10 degrees Celsius, 5 degrees Celsius, and 305 around 32 degrees Celsius here for supercritical. Supercritical, temperature you need this above 31.4, 32 degrees. And subcritical vapor we have also assumed the same temperature. Okay. 32 is the normal temperature of water, domestic purpose what we use. Collector tilt angle is also one variable. We have fixed here 33 degree and we can vary also, but this result what I am showing that is only for 33 degree collector tilt angle. This collector tilt angle also I will give you just whenever if you install your photovoltaic cell or this water heater, this angle will be different. If you are using photovoltaic cell, you should install this collector, a photovoltaic cell, you can say that solar plate, at that angle of latitude. What is the latitude there? That same angle you should put that. Okay. But if you are using water heater or air heater, based on the fluid flow is there inside. Based on the fluid, you should choose the angle. If less viscous fluid is there, you can choose lower angle, lesser angle you can say. From the horizontal, I'm talking from the horizontal. Because you will get more sun rays. If the sun rays is perpendicular to the collector, you will get higher energy input. So in the case of photovoltaic, you should put that perpendicular to the sun rays. But the sun rays also varies, no? Summer to winter, if you see that, so the location of sun is different. So you should use latitude and let it go plus minus 15, it will go like that. So latitude you install for photovoltaic. For water-based system, you should install some degree, maybe 40, 45 in that range. Okay, or slightly more also. And for air-based system, because viscosity is less, you can do slightly less the temperature. That there is a calculation that. Here I have put 33 degree. CO2 has low viscosity. So I put 33 and we have done different angle also, 33, 43, 53. We have found the optimized one. This, it won't take much time now, almost over 15 minutes, probably I'll finish. Okay, 15 to 20 minutes. Variation in Reynolds number. This actually what we have done, we are comparing now, first we are putting water in that loop. and water in the loop mean to say, I just go back here. In this loop mean to say this MCL loop, this I am talking, not the outside that's the tank. Tank always water will be there. But in the loop, either water or CO2, then we will compare it. Okay. So if you put, sorry. Okay. So if you put, yeah, I'll say here. Yeah, we have compared CO2 and water. So Reynolds number first we'll find out. How much will be the Reynolds number? Because Reynolds number not is the output here, not the input. You think forced circulation is different, natural is different. Okay. So forced circulation, you can say the Reynolds number is input because you are fixing some velocity. Here it is not. Reynolds number will come based on the your setup. Okay, how much heat you are supplying, the Grashof number you can see, and with that you will get the Reynolds number. Now, if you put water and supplying heat, same amount of heat, like 600 you are putting, you are getting this much Reynolds number, 48, less than 48. This is laminar, right? So this is because it is T flow, so that way we are finding here now. It is in the pipe flow type. So that Reynolds number we are finding based on the pipe flow. We are not saying based on the Grashof number what is the flow, but just we are saying here. So this will be in the laminar zone. And the same condition if you are using for CO2, we are getting higher Reynolds number, 700, 800 in this range. So higher Reynolds number, if the flow is turbulent, you will get very high heat transfer coefficient. Okay. So heat transfer coefficient, rate won't be change. Rate is what is coming from the solar radiation. But heat transfer coefficient here will be more. So that is the disadvantage here. Your tube will not get heated much actually. If it is getting heated, then there will be losses also. So suddenly it will take, as it falls, radiation falls on the collector plate, and CO2 is there inside. This will take heat and it will go away. Means flow will start. But in the case of water, due to viscosity, or you can see this laminar, very slow flow, slow speed. So it will take time, you can say. So in that way, you can see, compare here, the Reynolds number is 160 times higher, here 200 times higher. Okay, in the case of CO2 inlet, this is liquid, okay, liquid CO2 and water, and this is subcritical vapor CO2, okay, this is liquid, here vapor at 32 degrees Celsius, we generally use 32 degrees Celsius. Okay, if it is 5 degrees Celsius in the winter time, it is the condition here. Even in the summer time also, it is giving better performance, you can see. It is not only winter, 200 times higher Reynolds number we are getting. In the supercritical, if you go, the same temperature is 32 or above, 32 degrees Celsius. You are getting how many times? 260 times higher Reynolds number in the case of CO2. What is the reason behind it? You can see here. This is, as I told earlier, the beta is the main factor. Volumetric coefficient, expansion coefficient. You can see if you compare with the beta CO2 divided by beta water. Water, if you are heating it, 1 degree Celsius is changing the temperature. There won't be much expansion in the volume change in water. But in the case of CO2, there is a huge change. How many times you can see? 566 times higher. 1 degree change means this much higher times, means this many times higher in the case of CO2 we are getting. So flow rate will be higher. Obviously, flow rate will be higher. So like this, you can see. Here you can see in the vapor case is not much difference. Liquid case more difference is there. Vapor case is around 31, 49, 124 times we are getting vapor change in the volume. Volumetric expansion is what? Change in volume by degree Celsius, per degree Celsius. like that, volumetric coefficient. Means delta V by V it will come, okay, ratio. So this much high you are getting, so we are getting higher Reynolds number. If you talk about supercritical CO2, here you can see this is the range 150, 172, 130, and this range there is change in beta value. That's the reason it is not only the beta, there is a other also, there is a density also matters, okay, but not much change, but this is the big more changes is observed here in the beta case. If you go to the Nusselt number, okay, you see the Nusselt number change here, you can see 13 times higher. So Nusselt number is 13 times. If you talk, if you say Reynolds number was very high, more than 100 times, and that how much it was, just let me see. Yeah, it is 160, 200 in this range. So why it is less? This Nusselt number depends on RE and Prandtl number, right? So Prandtl number also matters. Conductivity of water is higher, okay, and so that also will contribute in the heat transfer. But here the CO2 case, convection is more, conduction is less, okay, but convection is very high. So that's the reason here you are getting 13 times higher Nusselt number. In this case, subcritical vapor case, you are getting very high Nusselt number. Here in this case, we are finding there also it was a high Reynolds number. So this many times for 90 times higher. And if you talk supercritical CO2, you are getting 48 times the higher Nusselt number. So you can see in all cases, this is the water case, it is always in the sublaminar zone. So it won't give you most of the, most of the cases in industrial application, they always turbulent flow. Most of the cases is turbulent flow. Laminar will get rarely. But here in this case, that you are getting the laminar, so your heat transfer coefficient won't be good. Variation of energy efficiency. This is the most important one. What finally you are getting, whatever it is happening inside, what is the actual efficiency, how much you are getting, what is the solar radiation falling on the collector plate, and how much you are able to utilize it, and how much is going for the wastage losses. That is important. So here, variation of energy efficiency. We can see that the efficiency, in this case, you can see the maximum how much you are reaching here. You are going around 70, around 76 to 77 or 78 in this range. Here we are going, it is not very high. We can see the scale. It is going around 80. Here, around 3, how much? 5.6% higher than the, we are getting higher than this water-based system. Okay, absolute percent, if you find only 4%, you may get this absolute percent. But compared to this, if you take compared to this, how much change is this? Then that will be 5.6%. For vapor, it is around 8.5%. 50 bar, 70 bar, you can see this. In the one case 50 bar, one case 70 bar. This thing, why it is happening? There 70 bar is low. Here 50 bar is low. This is the reason is just I'll tell, I'll not go in that much detail. But one thing is, if your operating temperature, operating condition is the near saturation point. If you are operating this fluid, operating condition is near to saturation point, you will get very good efficiency, heat transfer efficiency, that I tell you. So that is the reason what is happening for vapor. When you have to, for all these vapor, you have to keep the temperature above this, because this will become first liquid. So this you have to keep in mind, higher pressure. So your saturation condition will be near to this, not this. Okay, in this case, you have to keep in the liquid case, no, you have to keep this side saturation condition will be near to this. Okay, so that's the reason its operating condition here is a near saturation condition is meeting with this, and in this vapor case it will be in this side. That's the reason it is coming higher efficiency in the case of liquid at 50 bar, and for vapor it is reverse 70 bar. Supercritical case, you can see how much change is there. The highest is observed in the supercritical case, 80 bar case. So you cannot say if pressure is increasing, it will be more. It is not like that. You have seen these two cases. It is not like that. Supercritical also, it is the reverse. 80 bar is giving more efficiency. It is not if you go on increasing pressure, you will get very high efficiency. It is not like that. You can see here. So if you are operating near critical, pseudo-critical point, so operating temperature is near to which pressure? Which pressure pseudo-critical point? That will give you better results. So maybe in this case, it will be near to 80 bar. So you are getting good results. I think this is the last one. Okay, conclusions now. Comparison of various parameters you can see here. So liquid case, vapor case, subcritical, these two subcritical, then this is supercritical. You can say CO2, this is summary type of thing. CO2, how much Reynolds number you can see in the case of 150 times, 59 times, 203, 262 times higher you are getting. The Nusselt number 13, 19, 48 times. Then mass flow rate, CO2 of mass flow rate 10 times, 5 times, 12 times. Even in all cases, if you see, the water density is very high compared to this. Okay, even in the liquid also, water density will be higher. So here you can see the efficiency this many times. This is the ratio. Okay, and last one is exergy efficiency that I have not talked here. Leave it that. Okay. So CO2 based system shows excellent performance in naturally circulated solar thermal collector, which will be useful in designing compact solar water heating system for winter as well as summer weather conditions. I started with winter, but it is not like that. It is good for all the weather. Okay. Now this is just for the faculty members or researchers for future collaboration. What is my topic of working? So study of nanoparticle assisted thermal therapies of radio frequency ablation, this microwave ablation and magnetic hyperthermia of cancerous tumors. So this thing we got in print project on this, and I'm PI. These all project I'm PI only. So there are co-PIs, doctors and all, so working in this and developing a system for this. And CFD experimental studies on carbon dioxide based natural circulation loop. This is a two-phase flow actually. In this there was a two-phase flow was involved in. This project is over, but still another students working on this, and PhD already got in this project. Serve CRG, this is also going on, and PhD student working on this, about to submit thesis. Then this project, the DST project, this is almost completed, and one PhD already guided in this. And the solar air heater, one PhD guided in this, yeah. Then biofuels based common rail diesel engine. This 4-5 students working and 2 got already PhD. So total 5 PhD already got under me. So these are the project for the collaboration future research. Thank you. So this is last slide. Our mechanical building here at NITK. Yeah, please ask doubts. Some participants, some questions, feedback, how to improve the research.
Thank you so much, sir. Dear participant, if any query related to this presentation, please ask to the sir. I'm thinking there is no query
question from the participants, sir.
Yeah, Savindraji. So I
Yeah.
think how was the lecture? I don't know. You may get feedback.
Yeah, sir. We sent the feedback form to the student.
Okay.
Then we receive. Okay, thank you so much, sir. So now we, sir, conclude the session, sir.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay. I requested to Abhishek MS, please conclude the session.
Sir, on behalf of all the coordinator, myself and participant, like for sparing your precious time with us in a busy schedule to provide a valuable information for us. And we are very thankful from our side, sir. Thanks for your time and thanks for your lecture, sir.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Abhishek.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Okay, then
So,
shall I come out from this?
yes, sir, please.
Okay.
So, dear participants, now we go for the valedictory session. So we call our Dean Academic, Dr. Rajesh Kumar Bhushan sir. So now we that first we just we he join soon. So wait for the validity session. After validity session, we go for the FDP test in 4:30 p.m. So and yeah, on our dignitary Dr. Anil Kumar Biru sir is join us. Good afternoon, sir. Good evening, sir. Sorry. Good evening, sir.
Yeah, good afternoon, good afternoon.
So
Very good evening, good evening.
yeah, I call to Rajesh Bhushan sir.
Dr. Sabendra, now Bhushan sir will speak.
Sir, I have not joined, sir. Sir is calling the question, sir.
Okay. Bhushan sir. Okay.
So Dean sir is joined soon. I call him.
I've already joined.
Oh, yeah. Rajesh Bhushan sir is joined. So thank you so much, sir, for coming. And thank you also, Anil Bro. Thank
Sir
you.
is there.
Yeah. So Abhishek MS. So
Yes, sir.
hello. Yeah. So
Uh,
sir, we start for validatory session.
Yes, you can start.
Yeah. Thank you, sir. Abhishek.
Welcome, everyone. The time has come to draw a curtain to our program. A good evening and a warm welcome to all of you to this valedictory session of this FDP. As we come to the valedictory function, I now take this opportunity to welcome our honored chief guest, our estimated dignitaries, and a participant on the FDP present over here. The FDP program became successful all because of the active participation of the participant. I am thankful for all of your patience and participation and making our FDP successful by attending. Now I'd like to thank our HOD Dr. H. Niranjan Singh for making an opportunity for conducting the FDP program. Due to some emergency work, sir is not able to attend the validatory program. Now I would like to request our coordinator, Dr. Sabinder Kachap, to have some words. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Abhishek. So again, a very good evening to all of you. Respected dignitary Professor Rajesh Kumar Bhushan sir, Dean Academic NIT Manipur, Dr. Anil Kumar Biru sir, Senior Faculty Member of Department of Mechanical Engineering, all participant, my research scholar, thank you very much for being the part of this FDP, Green Technology and Sustainability Engineering, sponsored by AICT Training and Learning ATAL Academy. This FDP started from 10th January and ended on 14th January 2022. In this FDP, 160 participants are registered from all over India. Most of the participants are faculty from the reputed institute and research scholar from reputed institute. In this FDP, total 14 sessions were delivered, out of which 13 technical sessions were delivered by IIT, NIT, and reputed institute faculty member, and one session was on meditation. In this FDP, Green Technology and Sustainability Engineering, we have covered the topic green materials and overview, sustainability and green manufacturing, primary processing of green composite, secondary processing of green composite, renewable sources of energy, green technology, alternative fuels, etc. And the participant where we and in this FDP, the participants were very enthusiastic. I am thankful to all the participants for being the part of this FDP. I am sure that the participant must benefited by attending from this online FDP of 5-day FDP. Thank you very much to all of this part of this FDP. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your insightful thoughts. Now I'd like to request our chief guest, Professor Rajesh Kumar Bhushan, to have some words. Over to you, sir.
All the expert and participants, a very good effort has been made by Dr. Savendra Kashyap to organize such an useful FDP on the topic green technology and sustainability engineering. The source of motivation for all of us, all these activities is Professor Gautam Sutradhar, Director NIT Manipur. Under his dynamic leadership and motivation, faculty members of various departments have conducted FDP successfully, and this is one more FDP coordinated by Dr. Savendra Kashyap from Department of Mechanical Engineering. So this program is sponsored by ATAL, AICT. AICT is doing wonderful job. They are taking a lot of initiative, and they have defined the area in which a faculty member can conduct an FDP program. Now this COVID time, such a tough situation is there. Still, all of us, AICT, NIT, other institute experts, all of us are working together so that even within the constraints, whatever is supposed to be delivered to the teachers, it is being delivered. In one way, online programs facilitate the delivery of the knowledge to the persons wherever they are, and this is one plus point of this. Although people are not able to see physically at a particular place. Now the experts which have been selected by Dr. Savendra, they are from reputed institutes and they have covered all the areas, all the topics which are in demand, which are the need of. So I am sure this FDP was very useful for all of you, and there is a mechanism for giving the feedback that you will be providing at the end of this program, and along with that you can also give your opinion so that we can continue to conduct such useful and beautiful program in the future also. NIT Manipur is a leading institute in the NITs among the Northeast, and faculty members of all the departments are doing very hard work to deliver the knowledge gained by them and knowledge from other experts to the participants. So in the coming time also, we will be conducting the different programs under the different sponsorship heads, and I appeal to all of you to keep visiting the NIT Manipur website for such useful activities and be benefited from the efforts. At the last, I would like to thank our director, Professor Pratham Sutradhar, for his motivation and constant guidance. HOD Dr. Niranjan from the Department of Mechanical Engineering, all the faculty of Department of Engineering, Mechanical Engineering, and the PhD student who supported Dr. Savin Kashyap in conducting this program. Thank you all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your insightful thoughts. Now, I would like to request any of the participant have to add some words to our FDP program. Any of the participant are here willing to add few words can add the words now. I think, yes, hello?
Sir, sir, can I share a few words, sir?
Please, ma'am.
Yes, you can.
Sir, really the sessions were very useful and informative, sir. And I'm so happy to give my participation in the FDP program, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Excuse me, sir. I am Kumaresan, sir.
Yes, please. Yes,
Sir,
please.
sir, are you hear my words? Yeah, sir. It's a very nice program, sir.
Yes.
Learned many things related to that green manufacturing and green technology. And so they covered a lot of things for these natural fibers. So it's very useful to us uh, towards to this environmental friendly, sir. So thank you very much for giving me an opportunity to attend this FDP, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, Kumaran sir. It's a very wonderful green technology of system. I understand everything and some intercases we have to in our mind. So everything is very useful to my in this session. Thank you very much for the organizing this type of conferences. So sorry, FDP. Thank you, sir.
Other participant want to add a few words? Okay. To express a word of appreciation and gratitude, I would like to invite Dr. Anil Kumar Biru for proposing a vote of thanks. Sir, please. Anil Biru sir?
Hello, Biru sir. Anil Biru sir have some technical issues. Just I call him again.
Excuses, sir.
Yes, ma'am. Yes,
Can
yes.
I share a few more words, sir,
Yes, sir.
about the
Please.
session?
Yeah, please.
Sir, to be frank, before attending this FDP program, I don't know what was about green technology and sustainable engineering. I really wanted to gain more knowledge in that, but really, the sessions were helped me a lot, sir. I gained knowledge in green technology as well as about sustainable engineering. Thank you so much from the bottom of my heart. I'm telling this. I'm very grateful to FDP program, sir. Thank you so much.
Okay, sir. Thank you. Thank you so much, ma'am. Biru sir has some internet problem. He joins soon. Wait for 1-2 minutes. After this validatory session, we'll go for the FDP test. So wait. After validatory, we again start.
I'm very much thankful to all of you to be part with you. Sorry for the interruption. There is some technical issue in my internet. So, first of all, I thank God that completing the program successfully. So, the topic of the topic of the workshop was the green technology and sustainable engineering. As I really congratulate Dr. Sabendra Kachap, our faculty, who has been organized this wonderfully from the day one. So, and I would like to thank and I would like to for the honorable director sir for giving an opportunity to be part in this program, as he was unable to there in online because of some various issues. So, and I'm thankful to the Dean Academics for the sir that who has been given the our some session also, and I'm thankful to the all the faculties, those who have taken the initiative. By name, there are so many names are there. Some of them I know them. I know them personally. So, Kalyan Kumar Singh sir and Professor Indradeep Singh sir from IIT Turkey, and Ramnaresh Roy sir is there. Sir Abhishek Singh, Kalyan Kumar Singh sir, and Sabrijit sir is there, and Gaurav Dwivedi sir, Satish Kumar, Dr. Satish Kumar sir, Dr. Ajay Kumar Yadav sir, Dr. Verma sir, Dr. Irwan Osmuddin Topo, and Dr. PK Vajpayee sir. Is also there, and Vivek Bansal sir is there. Today he has given the talk on the emotional growth and meditation, and Dr. Rajesh Kumar Verma sir, Dr. K. Devna sir. So I name by name, I really thank for all the experts, those who are given the time. Really, it is a very, we may not connected physically, but we have been connected with online, so much of using the resource of internet sources. So it is very difficult to travel, but we can meet them personally. So, and I would like to thank our entire mechanical team, and also I would like to thank the funding agency, the ATAL funding agency, that was ACT. So really the program which was organized by Dr. Sapendra Kachop, really the topic was very innovative and very much useful for the various domains people, and experts also been given very much talk. And finally, for all the participants, without you, this program will not go that much success. Even though we got everything, resources, funding, and everything, but without you people, we cannot, we cannot make this fruitful. By name, all of you, because I learned that from coordinator Dr. Sabindra Kachap, that the different part of the India they came. So I thought of asking the states, but almost all the states in India they came, they participated very well. So, and one more thing, I request all of you, please, in future also, when we organize any such type of programs are there, such type of events are there, we request all of you to be participate in this. And I once again congrats to coordinator, Dr. Sabendra Kachap sir. Really, it was very wonderful. And again, I would like to thank him for giving me opportunity for the vote of thanks. And I wish him a warm success in future too. Thank you. Thank you, Doctor.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, sir, for your insightful thoughts. Now it's time to show some gratitude to our nation. So I would like to request all of you, please kindly stand at their place for the national anthem.
Jai Hind.
Jai Hind.
Thank you everyone. So
Yeah, thank you, sir.
Yeah,
The
so
end of the story is the new beginning. Okay. The end of the story is the new beginning. On this note, let's conclude a remarkable and knowledgeable unit. Thank you, sir.